And so I think we are all here and ready to begin. So with that, I would like to call this meeting of the Ottawa-Carleton District School Board to order. As we meet from many locations in the traditional unceded and unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin Nation, on the eve of National Indigenous Peoples Day and the summer solstice, we should reflect on where we are along the path towards truth and reconciliation. As settler colonists, we still have much to learn from our hosts, the Algonquin peoples of this region, to understand past harms and how we can support healing, to learn how to live in harmony with the land and its peoples, to value the traditional knowledge and respect the traditional teachings of the Algonquin Nation and also the other Indigenous groups that, like us, are guests in this space. We thank the Algonquin people for hosting us on their land and for sharing their wisdom to guide us on our journey, which tonight will also be reflected in naming a new school. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Trustee Blackburn, seconded by Trustee Schwartz. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the question then on the agenda as presented. All those in favor? And opposed? And the agenda is approved. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest from trustees this evening? Trustee Jenkins, I see your hand.
No, I'm having difficulty. Please ignore my hand.
Okay, it's a residual ghost hand. And I'm not seeing any declarations of conflict of interest. And that brings us on to an annual event, which is always worth paying attention to, and that is the Student Trustee Annual Report. I would like to invite Student Trustees Amateur Rahim Salamalada and Charles Chen to present their report, after which there are opportunities for some questions on the report, and then we will be following that up with the next agenda items. So Amateur Rahim and Charles, if you don't mind my using your first names tonight, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start us off and I'll pass it over to Student Trustee Salamalada. So since we do have quite a packed agenda tonight, and since the report, the full report is in the agenda, I would just like to read my closing remarks for everyone, and then I'll pass it over to Student Trustee Salamalada. So it's difficult to process how I began my term almost 2 years ago in August 2020. It feels both like a long and short time ago. We were 5 months into the pandemic, and I hadn't been in a classroom since March. Fast forward to today, we're over 2 years into the pandemic, and we're getting closer and closer to a normal school environment. It has definitely been a unique experience to serve as a student trustee during a pandemic. The role of student trustee is challenging but rewarding, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to serve in this role. I will never forget the successes, big and small, I've experienced in this role, and how satisfying it is to dedicate my time to improving the educational experience of students. During my term, I've been able to meet so many inspiring people, experience so many new things, and learn so many new skills. I'm extremely thankful for all the people that have supported me in my role. I would like to thank my co-student trustee, Amateur Rahim Salamalada, Superintendent Laverne, Vice Principal Young, Principal Unsworth, the entire Board of Trustees, Nicole Guthrie, Melissa Applewhite, Myra Wells, Rebecca Grandis, Student Senate, President's Council, and all OCDSB students for supporting me in my role. My work would not be possible without all the support I receive from these amazing people. Over my term, I've personally observed how dedicated our trustees and staff are to our students. They are always trying to do what's best for students, and I am constantly inspired by their exemplary work. I am leaving my role feeling confident that the district is in good hands. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to student trustee Salam Alada, and we'll both be happy to take questions afterwards.
Similar to Trustee Chen, I'll also be just saying my closing remarks. It's been a great experience working with the OCDSB as a student trustee, and an experience that I never thought I would be able to have in my entire career, from kindergarten to grade 12 with the OCDSB. I've been extremely glad to see the operational side of how the school board works, and I hope that other students can appreciate those operations as well through my work as a student trustee. It's a very sentimental moment for me, because I feel that this is the completion of a lot of the work that I've looked forward to doing for a couple of years now. And I'm super glad that it'll be left in good hands with the trustees and the board and our amazing staff. I'd like to thank Mr. Laverne, as well as Miss Young, who have been helping me and Charles with a lot of our work. And I'd also like to thank Trustee Bell and Trustee Donna Blackburn, who've also personally helped me in a couple of my projects as a student trustee. I'd also like to thank the director, Miss Camille Williams-Taylor, who's been a great source of advice throughout my entire career as a student trustee, my entire one term as a student trustee. And I really look forward to what my incoming student trustees will be able to do. And I look forward to seeing how our school board continues to progress even after my graduation. Thank you so much for having me this year as a student trustee.
Thank you both for your remarks. That leaves us some time for questions from trustees about the activities of our student trustees in their role this year. Are there any questions? And I am now seeing Trustee Bell's hand. Go ahead, Trustee Bell.
Thank you very much. And I just would like to say back to the student trustees, I have learned so much from you and your leadership style on the Senate committee. And I think you were able to accomplish quite a bit and to empower others around the table to follow their dreams and their aspirations when it comes to making the OCDSB a better place. And so my question to you is if you have any advice for us as trustees on how to create that empowering environment that you were able to accomplish. I would be happy to hear that tonight, and I'd be happy to hear it going forward as well. And so just again, thank you so much to both of you for your leadership, and I'd take any advice you're willing to give anytime.
Trustee Chen, are you okay with me answering that first? All right. As a couple of the trustees here would have heard, me and a few other student trustees had given a presentation at the OPSPA AGM about ensuring that we're trustees at the board level, at the board table, are making sure that they're listening to student voice. I think one of the most important things for trustees to remember is making sure that there's the students and schools that you serve know who you are, because a lot of the time students have no idea who these trustees are and what they actually do. So it's important to try to make sure that you get to know at least some of your students outside of Student Senate and Co-President's Council, since there are many, 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 many students that those students on these councils also serve. I think another important part of this that I think the OCSB has down almost to a T is ensuring that the voice of student trustees is valued and listened to and not tokenized. I'm very confident in the work that my incoming student trustees will be doing in the next, I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Yes, I'm very confident in the work that my incoming student trustees will be doing, but listening to them and approaching them and making them comfortable to talk to you about their different projects and all these different things, and asking how you can help with their projects is also very important, since I'm also a little worried because they won't have another student trustee who knows what's going on like I did with my great co Charles. But it's just a couple like things here and there to look out for. Charles, would you like to add on to that?
I think that was a great answer and nothing to add on.
Thank you very much. Moving on then, we have a question from Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I just want to express how wonderful it was to work with both Charles and Amateur Rahim, and I look forward to working with the new trustees. And Amateur Rahim, don't worry, they will get as much guidance as they want. And you make a good point that they're both going to be new to the role. I would also like to express how proud I was when I attended the OPSPA conference that Amateur Rahim was one of 3 students from the entire province that did a presentation to trustees, and I was very proud to have her up there in front of all trustees throughout the province, and was very proud. So thank you to you both.
Are there any more questions for our student trustees? I'm seeing none, so that will move us on then to the next item on our agenda, and that is a presentation to our student trustees for 2021-22. And I have to say, beginning that this year, once again, we have been privileged to work with 2 absolutely amazing student trustees who have very capably represented the voice of OCDSB students in our deliberations and decision-making. Amateur Rahim Salamalada is completing a 1-year term as student trustee, and she will be graduating from South Carleton High School, where she's been a transformative student leader through just about all of her time there. She plans to study health sciences at Ottawa-U next year. Charles Chen is completing his second 1-year term as a student trustee, and he will be graduating from Earl of March Secondary School. Next year, Charles will be attending the University of Waterloo, I understand, for computing and financial management. So please take note, those members of our senior team. You may have some competition in a few years. Both Charles and Amateur Rahim have been so capable at articulating the student voice, based on an impressive ability to engage with members of the Student Senate and with other students across the district in such a way that those students know their voice is being heard and faithfully conveyed. Charles is truly gifted at capturing not only the key message, but also the spirit of the group discussions that have occurred at Student Senate. And he has never hesitated to represent authentic student views, even when they were at odds with the voices of some adults. Amateur Rahim and Charles came to their roles with a vision of what they wanted to accomplish, and both of them have been thoughtful and deliberate in how they've advanced their ideas within the Student Senate and at the board table. Amateur Rahim in particular has a unique ability to nudge things in the right direction in such a way that other people can engage in the process and really feel connected to the ultimate decision. There have been 2 big projects, one in Charles's first year as a student trustee, and that was his leadership in getting the menstrual equity project off the ground, something which has been monitoring the implementation through the current school year. And Amateur Rahim has done a super job of introducing new ideas about guidance counseling for students and making sure that we have the diversity of students that is being served by representative guidance counselors as well. This is something that was reflected in this year's budget, not as a result of a board motion, but rather as a result of that careful nudging and conversation and ongoing contribution to the discussions that have been happening around matters of equity. We can really be thankful that we've had student leaders of such caliber. So both of you have done a superb job as student trustees this year, and I know that all of us have learned from working with you. On behalf of the board, all of us, thank you very much for your service and best wishes for your future success as you leave us. Now, before I turn to Amateur Rahim and Charles for any closing remarks, Madam Director, did you wish to say a few words?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. It is always an inspiration to be surrounded or be engaged with the voice of the youth that we serve. And in our case, we have been truly privileged with the voices that have sat at our table this past year. So Charles and Amateur Rahim, the work that you've done, the questions that you have asked, the poise that you have demonstrated have been nothing short of an inspiration to us as we sit around the table making decisions in a thoughtful and reflective manner. You have been unafraid in questioning and challenging some of our thinking in the most respectful and thoughtful of ways, and you did not shy away from disagreeing when you thought that it was appropriate to do so. So with those kinds of skills, that kind of diplomacy, the integrity and the brilliance that you bring, we have no reservation about where you're going to go as you go into your future roles. And we really look forward not only to hearing about the amazing things you're going to do, but also looking forward to hearing you say, and I graduated from the OCDSB. And so looking forward to that and wishing you much, many good wishes as you engage with your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
And now it's your turn, Amateur Rahim, if you wish to say anything as closing remarks here. And then I will go to Charles. And I'm giving Charles the last word because this, after all, he is the senior of the two of you, having served 2 years as a student trustee. So Amateur Rahim, when you're ready.
Thank you everybody for your kind words. I was gonna ask Charles to go first because I'm trying to avoid tears, but it's like I said before, it's been I've enjoyed my role as a student trustee, and I'm very happy with the change that I've been able to impact on our school board. And I was very happy to work with a lot of you on multiple different things and all the different discussions that we've had, whether they're related to work or not. It's been a very fun time, and I'm very glad that I was able to be a student trustee for the OCDSB.
Thank you, Amateur Rahim. And now Charles.
Yeah, I think most of what I wanted to say was covered earlier, but once again, thank you so much to everyone for your very kind words. And it's been such a pleasure working with all of you on a wide variety of different topics within our school board. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to seeing what the future brings for our school board and for our students.
Thank you both so much. Both student trustee Salam Alada and Chen have received their honoraria and plaques recognizing their service as student trustees, and they will continue to hold office until the 31st of July at which time we will be joined by our incoming student trustees, and Tong Ho from West Carleton Secondary School, and Tabarak Al-Dalami, from Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School for the 2022-2023 school year. Once again, these student trustees have just done us proud in their representation of the board in their provincial association, as well as across the district in all of our schools. And we have much to be thankful for here. So with that, I hope that everyone will join me in a huge round of applause for our student trustees. I know we can't all clap. I'll clap audibly and live, but certainly this is an occasion where I think there should, if there aren't some very proud parents out there tonight, there certainly should be. So thank you all very much. And that brings us on to another student-focused item on our agenda. And this is an Ontario Public School Boards Association award for one of our incoming student trustees, Tabarak Al-Dalami. This year, Tabarak Al-Dalami was nominated for the Ontario Public School Boards Association Jack A. MacDonald Award of Merit by Tricia Leduc, who is a teacher librarian at Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School, in light of Tabarak's exemplary record of community service and leadership combined with a sound academic record. There are a lot of applications most years for this particular award. And although Tabarak was not chosen as the ultimate recipient of the provincial award, which went to a student from the Upper Grand District School Board, tonight she is receiving a certificate of recognition from the Ontario Public School Boards Association to honor her achievements. So congratulations to Tabarak Al-Dalami, another one of our students of whom we will certainly be looking forward to working with next year. Thank you so much, everyone. Moving on then, we have item 7 on our agenda, and that is some presentations to staff, because tonight we are saddened to say goodbye to 3 valued members of our senior team who are taking their leave after many years in leadership positions at the OCDSB. We will begin with Mike Carson, Chief Financial Officer and Superintendent of Facilities, who is retiring after nearly 26 years with the OCDSB and the former Carleton Board of Education. When he was appointed Manager of Finance to the Carleton Board in October 1996, having been Director of Finance and Administration with the Children's Aid Society of Ottawa-Carleton, it was abundantly clear right from the start that Mike was a champion for children. In 1998, he was given additional responsibility as Manager of Planning and Transportation, overseeing not only his previous finance portfolio, but also some major and always controversial accommodation reviews, and beginning to engage in the earliest stages of considering how to find a better model for funding and managing student transportation in a challenging geographical context. When he became Superintendent of Facilities in 2004, and then Superintendent of Finance in 2012, he had a brief respite from wearing 2 hats. But then he accepted the dual portfolios of finance plus facilities in 2014. Which goes to show you that he has some pretty extraordinary characteristics, because many of us would have had some real problems with the number of different hats that we had to wear and the different sizes of those hats over the years, because the hats tended to expand and contract depending on what the job at the time was. And Mike always managed to accommodate his capacity to wear those hats very, very well. Mike has provided the board with multiple staff recommended budgets. I had hoped to add up the numbers, but I'm sorry. I started to run out of enough digits on my calculator to accommodate the total of all of the budgets that Mike has brought forward to the board over time. He has developed connections with many Ministry of Education staff to our great advantage, and has earned the respect of school business officials across the province for his wise and cautious approach to long-term planning and risk management. He's modernized many of our tools and practices and has taken the core principles of our strategic plan to heart, living them every day: innovation, caring, social responsibility, to the great benefit of our students and staff. Mike's door has always been open, and his informal lending library has always contributed thought-provoking reading materials exactly when and where they were most needed. And I have a confession to make here. I think I have an overdue book, which I have to make sure I get back to you, Mike. But Mike has never been the stereotypical bean counter. He has shown us that dollars can be used with heart, and that schools can be homes for learning many lessons beyond the 3 R's. Mike, we have learned so much from you. On behalf of the board, our heartfelt thanks and best wishes for your future endeavors. You will be missed. Madam Director, did you wish to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I think you picked them all off, all the good words that I wanted to share. I will say that indeed, Mike is one of the most well-read people I have ever met. And not only is the engagement with books, because again, I love books, but he also seems to find books and resources as the conduit to wisdom, to how it is that we engage with our schools, with our children, with our communities. And so whenever it is that, I do reflect on Mike's leadership, the word wisdom is what comes to mind most frequently. So I do have to convey my own personal thanks, but thanks on behalf of the senior team for wisdom with grace. Because again, Mike comes with a font of knowledge that easily puts him as one of the smartest people in the room on any given day, but everyone else feels like they're equally resourceful and important in his presence. So you also touched, Trustee Scott, on the fact that many CFOs may be characterized as bean counters. I would say that Mike is characterized as a counter of people, because certainly it is very clear, and a very clear characterization and consistent characterization of his work, that he is truly the inspiration and inspirer of people. And so, Mike, it is with huge thanks, personal thanks, as well as thanks on behalf of the senior team and the district, that we do send you off. It is with somewhat of wringing of hands, because we're not quite sure what it is we're going to do without you. But please know that the legacies that you leave, not only on the district, but on each and every individual with whom you have engaged, will continue to resonate, and in fact set a bar for the kind of resource stewardship that you have done, that should be carried forward by so many others. So thank you so much. We do wish you a very long and joyful and joyous retirement, with health and care and grace. All the best, and thank you again.
Thank you very much, Director. And Mike, this is your opportunity. This is your life, as they say. And if you would wish to share a few more wise words with us, we would be most grateful.
Thank you, Chair. And I know the length of the agenda, so I certainly will keep it brief. I've received so much more from the people in this district than I've ever given. It's been an honor to work here. Before this, at CAS, at the Pearly, even way back with one of KPMG's predecessors. I've been fortunate to have jobs over the years where I learned something new every day. And so you can't ask for more than that. I've had the opportunity to work with some amazing people. And Camille, you talked about the smartest person in the room. I could, some of them have passed away, but there's a number of high school teachers and professors at Ottawa U that might argue that point with you. The reality is we are here together. We are part of a community. And as long as we recognize that we move forward as a community, the district is in good hands. And I say that as someone who has spent sort of nearly 800 nights. I think I did the math one night, I got bored. And I did some arithmetic, probably 800 nights in board and committee meetings. And I look around this table, Trustee Scott, Trustee Ellis, probably go right back to the beginning, as well as Janice. Public education is a public trust. We have had a former trustee who can explain to you the roots of responsible government and how it started in school boards. And so the role of an elected trustee is an important one. I'm always fascinated by the work that trustees bring forward, that our volunteers bring forward. And that is the strike that has provided that kind of education to me, to my kids. And I'm sure that that will continue to be the engine that drives public education in the future. So thank you very much, Chair.
And thank you again, CFO Carson. It has been great working with you. And that brings me sadly to a second departure, which I think all of us will say is someone we will miss a great deal. And that is Superintendent of Human Resources, Janice McCoy. I was trying to remember when Janice started with the board, because I knew she had started in the Carleton Board of Education. And I couldn't remember when she had first arrived there. And it turned out that the reason I couldn't remember was that she has been around longer than I have, which is saying something. When she came to the board, she was fairly fresh out of law school and her bar admission course, and she arrived in January of 1992 as a full-time personnel officer for staff relations in the Carleton Board of Education. By 1997, that position had been reclassified to labor relations officer, and she did an incredible job of working her way with the rest of the team in HR through some very challenging negotiations, especially around the time of amalgamation, when there were a great many provincial issues that required sorting out, and just did an absolutely amazing job of all of that. So it was no surprise at all when in 2001, she was assigned to be an executive officer for human resources. And in 2004, she was appointed superintendent, a position that she has held ever since that time. She's just one of those people that cares a great deal about people. She understands how the system works. She has excellent credentials province-wide in terms of understanding labor situations and employment situations. And she has been a steadfast learner and contributor to conferences as a member of the Canadian Association for, and I always have to think about this one, for what CAPSUL stands for. Perhaps she will have to remind me after, but basically the national organization with regard to education law across Canada. She's also been very much involved in the provincial sphere as part of the teams working through negotiations and human resources issues with the Ontario Public School Boards Association, where she has built many excellent connections, so that whenever we ask those difficult questions about human resources issues, Janice, if she doesn't have the answer, she always knows exactly where to go. And most of the time she actually has the answer, which is even better. Janice is one of those people who managed to raise young children while working full time, managed to keep everything on an amazingly even keel, and has also been able to provide the board from time to time with very important legal advice on matters not even totally restricted to human resources issues, but also on a number of other issues. So her contribution to the work of the district has been really huge. Again, like Mike, she has been someone who modernizes things, who likes to see things shift with the times, and she has been instrumental in beginning to redefine how we do business in working with our staff, spearheading the project around the equitable hiring policy that the board has now adopted, and contributing a great deal to the ongoing discussion around human rights, equity, and meeting the needs of Indigenous students. She has worked also in terms of how we can recognize and hope to have more easily recognize the credentials of foreign trained teachers and other staff. And she has never lost sight of the fact that we do have a strategic plan and people are at its core, because education is a people business. And for Janice, it has always been much more people than it has been business. So for that, Janice, our thanks to you for managing to do all of this and always looking fresh and with incredible good humor, even in some of the most difficult times when we have been dealing with some pretty serious issues over the years. We will really miss you when you leave us, and we would like to wish you the best for all of your future endeavors in your retirement from the district. Heartfelt thanks from all of us for your work here. And again, I will ask the director if she has any remarks she would like to make at this time.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And indeed, you've certainly captured the essence of Janice's leadership in a remarkable way. I think that the few things that I would add is an incredibly graceful negotiator, because and that is not easily achieved. It is achieved with knowledge, but it also is achieved with the confidence that experience brings. And so Janice's grace and dignity is remarkable, and is maintained in every single situation that I have seen her interact with. And I will tell you that grace, that poise, that confidence is provincially known. And so it is important for me to mark that. One of the things that happens with people who are graceful and warm and charming, as Janice is people sometimes make the mistake of assuming that charm and warmth makes for for an easy conversation. And those of you who have had any kind of negotiation or watched Janice in negotiation would recognize that to make that assumption is to do so at your own peril, because certainly she maintains the integrity of the organization and the responsibilities that we have, not just to our employees, but to our families and our community at the heart of what she does. Janice activates the art of the possible in the most remarkable of ways. And I can tell you that when it is that we know that we want to do something, we know that it is the right thing to do, although it may be a little bit on the outside of the rules, Janice is able to help us to navigate in a manner that allows us to meet our commitments to our work, to our families, to our students in ways that in fact do reflect the art of the possible, so that we are in fact holding integrity with the rules that are expected while it is that we meet those goals. So again, an unusual skill set, not one that is easily achieved, and it's certainly not achieved simply through a lot of study. It is achieved through a lot of work, a lot of exposure, and essentially experience. So we will miss that, Janice. Thank you so much. Thank you for the numerous quiet conversations you've had with every single member of the senior team, every single member of the management team. You have truly been influential in ways that you have yet to recognize, and we do appreciate it, and we do wish you the very, very best. Thanks again.
Janice, would you like to say a few words?
Sure, I'll give it a shot at least. So thank you, Lynn, and thank you, Camille, for those very kind words. And I was going to suggest that someone maybe fact check, because I can't believe it's been 30 years. It in some ways seems like yesterday, and in some ways seems like it's been such a long time ago. But certainly has been what I'll say is what I never would have could have anticipated when I joined the board 30 years ago. I have been so fortunate to have been provided with so many wonderful opportunities. And so I, extend my appreciation to this board and previous boards for the confidence that they have shown in me over the years, in terms of the support that they have given as well. In these roles, we have the unique opportunity to get a glimpse into what it's like to be a trustee, given the interactions that we have on a regular basis. And like Mike, I just want to say how much I commend the trustees that I've worked with over the years for their dedication and commitment. We know that when we are at a board meeting or a committee of the whole meeting, that you are also there and have done the homework to be there, and are spending time away from your families as well. So just want to make sure that you know that we appreciate the sacrifice that you all make. As Mike said, the thing about these jobs is always the people, which is really at the core and is what makes this worthwhile. And I have had the privilege of working with such outstanding people over the years. Starting with the teams in human resources, labor relations, and occupational health and safety, who have just are amazing professionals, and have felt so lucky to be able to work with them. The different senior teams that I've worked with over the years, and have to say that the senior team I'm working with now is certainly among the best, no question. I learn from you every day. During all of those long deck meetings, I never leave without having learned something, and continue to learn. So thank you for that. Thank you, Camille, for the inspirational leadership that you provide to all of us, and again for placing your trust and confidence in me since you've joined the board. I really appreciate that. And one of the things we'll miss a lot of things about this job, and working with the people is certainly among the top. Attending Tuesday night board meetings is not among the short list of things that I will miss, but every once in a while on a Tuesday, I will think about those of you who are still engaging in that. And I think just in closing, I want to acknowledge and thank my family, my husband, Brent, and my 3 kids, Nick, Braden, and Lily. Without them at home, I wouldn't have been able to do any of this. And so they're really, you know, at the core of what I do. And I'm really looking forward to spending more time with them in retirement. So thank you again for the kind words.
And thank you very much, Janice. And that brings us to the third of our departures from the senior team this June, and that is Superintendent of Instruction, Nancy Brady. And although Nancy has only been a member of the senior team since, I think it was December, I have to say, Nancy took to it like a duck to water and has done a superb job over the short time that she has been with us. When Nancy applied to become a superintendent of instruction, one of the things that she brought with her was an unusual set of experience in terms of her time as a principal within the OCDSB system. She has been the principal of elementary schools and of secondary schools. She has overseen different kinds of projects over time, and she also has been involved with special education issues over part of her career. Having begun as principal at Christie Public School, which is a school that is now closed. She moved from there to Fielding Drive, to Blossom Park Public School, and then to Ridgemont High School, one of our urban priority schools, where she managed a number of new initiatives to help the school meet the diverse needs of the school community. And she was out there soliciting for additional support for the school and its students in every place where she possibly could. When she left Ridgemont High School as principal, it was not because we transferred her to another school, but rather because the Ontario Principals Council wanted her to come and work collaboratively with a host of education partners to be a liaison with Ministry of Education to help them develop a strategic plan. And she again did an excellent job in that role with the Ontario Principals Council. When she came back from her secondment, initially she was overseeing our alternate programs, our secondary alternate programs, and that meant a lot of examination of student success and how students could find success in sometimes non-standard ways. She worked hard to support our urban Aboriginal site, and she also then was involved very much with trying to get authentic learning as part of students' experience. From there, she was seconded to be principal of the M.F. McHugh Education Center, which serves very high needs special education students, not just from the OCDSB, but also from the Catholic Board, and which manages the program. And that was her last role before she came back to us as a new superintendent of instruction. One of the first things she did was reach out to all of the schools in her area and reach out to all of the trustees that she would be working with, and developing those relationships, because it was a West End thing and she'd mostly been in the East End before, and she just did a super job, and we welcomed her with open arms. So with that, We thought everything was going to be fine until the Ontario Principals Council reached out once again and said, Nancy, we loved you. We've got to have you back. And made her an offer that she simply could not refuse. The one comforting thing about this is that in her new role with the Ontario Principals Council, we can be sure that she's going to help to get principals across the whole province in the right track, doing the right kinds of things, and that will benefit us too. On the other hand, I'm not sure we really wanted to share her so soon. So with that, I would like to say, Nancy, it has been wonderful having you for your short time in the Superintendent of Instruction role in the West End schools. Congratulations on your new position. And thank you so much for everything you have done for students across the district over so many years in so many different kinds of schools. It has really helped to make a difference for kids. And that, after all, is what we're all about. Madam Director.
Thank you, Trustee Scott. Certainly, Nancy, you know, the time has been short, and I'm kind of thinking that a T-shirt that says "Here for a good time, not a long time" might be your parting gift. And I say that knowing that Nancy accepts some of those commentaries with the greatest of humor, because her sense of humor certainly does mark her authenticity and her leadership style. It is that sense of humor that brings humanity to some challenging conversations. It allows for people to bring the temperature down so that we can really get to the heart of the matter and lead and problem solve in the interest of the people, not just the students or the families or the community, but everyone who is involved. Ensuring that dignity is held together and held at the forefront of every conversation, ensuring that maintaining dignity in all the solutions that we find is certainly a hallmark of your leadership, Nancy. You know, so we certainly will miss the wit. We certainly will miss the humor. We certainly do recognize and value the authenticity. Those are the things that have made you a remarkable leader in the district, and you take that with you as you embark yet again to a provincial table as an example of the kind of leadership that in fact we are all able to embrace when we continue to work through into how it is we look at leadership development, not just locally but provincially. Your colleagues will look to you for that example. And we know that you set a high bar. So we do appreciate what you've done and what you've taught us. And while it is, you were not successful in raising my capacity to understand hockey and all of the trappings that go with that, you certainly did bring some levity to the very long deck meetings and some of our tough conversations. And we do appreciate the mark that you have left in that way. So Nancy, it's please go with our best wishes and our appreciation for the short time that you spent at this table, but the significant time that you've spent contributing to our district in a variety of different ways. So all the best.
Thank you. And Nancy, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for your kind words, Lynn and Camille. And I would appreciate that T-shirt. I think it would be very cool, and I can wear that proudly. Hard to follow after two such esteemed colleagues. I think my timing was off. I should have maybe put in my notice a couple of months later or something, but just wanted to congratulate both Janice and Mike as they move on. At least you guys are completely retiring, whereas I'm going into another job, so I'm not sure who's gonna have more fun there. But I have to say that, you know, I started in this board as an EA and I'm now leaving as a superintendent. And I think that says a lot about our board and about our ability to bring people along and to offer them those leadership opportunities so that they can really fulfill who they are professionally and reach those heights. And I think, you know, that does, I spent a very short period of time in the sort of the beginning, middle part of my career with the Catholic board. didn't last there too long, had to come over to the public board. And I certainly came here specifically back to the public board, because I knew that the opportunities would be here for me. And that has certainly happened. I have, as you said, Lynn, I've had some great opportunities as a principal, working with such a vast variety of individuals. We have such a dedicated group of educators and of education staff throughout this board in our buildings, and what they do every day for students is just, it's immeasurable. And it's been an absolute honor to be part of that. And to even as Camille pointed out, it's been a short ride for me, but a great journey to be at the senior table. It has been wonderful to be a part of that, to watch the work that is being done there, and with our trustees, and just to see again, just how incredibly committed we are to our students, and to have been a part of that for a short period of time was a great honor. And I certainly take that with me as I move into this new position. And, my career has been in the OCDSB. I will never forget that. And I'll never completely leave that behind. And just thank you. Thank you for that opportunity.
And thank you, Nancy, for your service with us. You too will be missed. And who knows where the next adventure will lie after OPC. Thanks again. Moving on then to item 8 on our agenda, we do have a presentation from the Parent Involvement Committee. And we are just very nicely timed here, because I believe this will be about a 10-minute presentation. That leaves us a few minutes for questions. And because we do have our Integrity Advisor report at 8 o'clock as a timed item. So I'd like to welcome Diana Mills, Chair of the Parent Involvement Committee, to make her presentation on behalf of PIC. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to make sure everyone can hear me.
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. So in 2021-2022, it was a rebuilding year for the PIC. As you can see by the names listed under the membership in the PIC annual report, the committee had a large turnover of members, and about 90% of the committee were new members that joined PIC throughout the school year. The committee established its membership subcommittee to fill vacancies as a result of the expiry of a number of terms of offices during November 2021 and again in January 2022. Due to work-life balance issues, the committee also filled additional vacancies with an established waiting list of parents. Moving forward, a work-life balance presentation and training will be given to committee members at the start of the 2022-2023 meetings to encourage participation and continuity among members. Some of the highlights of 2021-2022 include PIC representation at the Committee of the Whole and the Committee of the Whole Budget, diversity of new membership with representation in geographical identity-based age and experience groups, a subcommittee for our working groups. We thought about ways in which we can leverage people's strengths and comfort levels to engage in the work that matters to families and children, connecting with parents and staff in small groups in order to add to initiatives in place and identify new and necessary opportunities to engage better. As well, we had a parent reaching out grant reflection and work group. And this was in conjunction with the Family and Community Engagement Coordinator, or FACE. Our members had an opportunity to work with the FACE coordinator and have conversations about the work we can do together and how we can boost support both at a district and individual school council level. We also started to discuss how we can connect with parents informally and what we could do for our work with community partners, and we look forward to a continued partnership with FACE. Our intentions, plans, and hopes for the 2022-2023 school year are sharing what we have learned with schools, school councils, community partners, and other OCDSB advisory committees. And we would like to imagine spaces where parents, guardians, caregivers staff and community partners can come together formally and informally to work together to support each other and their children. Some of the plans for the 2022-2023 school year are during our first meeting of PIC, which will be held on September 21st, 2022, at which point a discussion on a work plan and priorities will be established. The multi-year work plan that was previously developed dealt mainly with COVID-19 and possible engagement strategies and overcoming barriers, enhancing the role and function of the committee, and advising the district on key initiatives. Committee members had found it difficult to produce results as the race to contain COVID-19, health directives, policy directives, etc., overtook many of the identified areas of concern. In the previous 2 years, the committee had lacked focus on what it wished to do and how the meetings would function. The work plan will cover a 2-year period and is intended to provide a medium-term view of activities that parallel the board's calendar and initiatives. If necessary, emergent issues can be in place and the work plan will be updated. Some of the areas to note would be the upcoming parent conference, which is scheduled for the 5th of November, 2022. We are looking forward to connecting with parents and families, and this has never been more important as we move through our pandemic reality. As I previously stated, learning from and connecting with other advisory committees of the board and creating opportunities to sit together in our aligned work, and the utilization of focused working groups, creating spaces for parents to work with staff on initiatives of values to family, providing perspectives and feedback specific to policy and practice, meeting with other advisory committee members to research, reach out, and bring back thinking of families they are connecting to and with to support the design of district systems which are more reflective of diverse parents and student voices. Thank you for the opportunity for presenting this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you, Diana, very much for your presentation and in particular for your leadership that you've been providing within PIC during what has been a somewhat challenging year because of turnover of members and also because of some of the kinds of issues that we have had to deal with, not all of which were simple or non-controversial in nature. Are there any questions for Ms. Mills with regard to PIC and the future of PIC? Trustee Lyra.
Thank you so much for the presentation. One of the conversations the board is going to be having in the near future is on the number of meetings and the nature and responsibilities of our committees. We heard from your presentation there's been huge turnover amongst PIC over the last 12 months, and the representative at the table said last week, I think, the days are kind of blurring together, recently, that having more meetings would allow for consistency and see lower turnover. Is that something you would agree with?
I don't believe that having more meetings would necessarily alleviate the turnover issue. Right now, we are dealing with issues of work-life balance and the fact that some parents have more than one child, and the meetings fall during a time that would normally be around dinner, working throughout homework. So if there is a need to have more meetings, there's certainly a possibility, depending upon the issues, that another meeting could be created. But we are speaking about work-life balance with volunteers and people with families. So that's something that could be taken under consideration. But I believe the standard has always been 6 to 7 meetings per year.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Mills? If I may ask one question then from the chair, since I'm not seeing any other hands raised here. In terms of the functioning of PIC, the mandate is parent involvement. From your observations and from what has occurred in discussions in the committee, what do you see as the most important challenges to parent involvement, and what kind of parent involvement do you believe that PIC should be seeking to encourage in terms of doing the best for our students across the district?
Well, I think one of the areas that we need to focus on are the marginalized groups, the groups of parents that aren't traditionally sought upon for involvement with the school activities. And I think that this involves thinking outside of the box. It's not necessarily people who want to attend meetings, and as representatives, we need to go to where people are. So this could be community centers, grocery stores, the playground. And I think that in order to get more involvement, we need to reach those people that haven't traditionally participated and find out why they have not participated. So that's one of my main goals as the chair of PIC, is to get involvement from those marginalized groups.
Thank you very much for that response. Are there any other questions for Ms. Mills this evening? We appreciate having the written annual report, which we will be receiving later, a little later in the meeting. But if there are no additional questions at this time, I'm sure that trustees may raise some with you directly, if that is okay. And I would like to thank you very much indeed for your presentation tonight, and for ensuring that we also have the annual report of PIC for receipt this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night. And at this point, we are almost at 8 o'clock, and I believe that our integrity advisor, Ms. Craig, is already here. Manager Guthrie, are we able to proceed directly then to the report of the integrity advisor?
Through you, Chair, I think that if the board and committee members are agreeable to that Ms. Craig would be amenable as well.
Excellent. In that case, why don't we do exactly that? You will see that item 9, we do have the annual report of the integrity advisor here, and I would like to welcome Ms. Suzanne Craig to present her annual report to the board.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Scott, Vice Chair Penny, trustees, staff, and those in attendance in person and online. I submit this annual report to the Ottawa-Carleton District School Board for your consideration and receipt in fulfillment of my role as Integrity Commissioner. This report covers the period May 2021 to May 2022. Through the consultation process in April 2021, I was chosen as one of the roster of integrity advisors for the Ottawa-Carleton District School Board. As I set out on page 5 of the report before you, I act as an independent and impartial officer who receives concerns from the chair of the board on behalf of trustee complainants with respect to the conduct of individual trustees. The code sets out that the complaint, any response to the complaint, and the investigation of the complaint shall be covered by confidentiality. As this is a new position and an accountability model that is being rolled out for the first time, I can report that there was uncertainty about what my office could do, the process for which individual trustees could bring forward concerns or requests for clarification to me, and what reporting mechanism should be adopted for dissemination of my findings. As integrity advisor, I receive code complaints from the chair of the board with a request for the matter to be pursued through the informal or formal complaint process. I investigate complaints about individual trustee actions, conduct at meetings, interaction with one another, use of language that is alleged to be disrespectful, harassing, or meant to bully other trustees, staff, or the public. I determine whether the trustees' actions or behavior were in contravention of the code rules, and I complete a report with findings to the chair with recommendations on sanctions if required. I thought it would be helpful to include in this report the activities not included in my mandate. I set those out at the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6 of the report. The Ottawa-Carleton District School Board member code of conduct is a collection of rules the trustees agree upon because it is an approved policy of the board to govern their actions so that they will be seen and perceived to be seen to be acting in the interest of the public. The job of an integrity advisor is to apply the ethics and integrity rules to behavior of elected and appointed officials to allow them to be held accountable for objectively and impartially working in the public interest. And avoiding preferential treatment in favor of oneself, friends, family, or political party, because municipal governments are not built upon the party system. On page 7 and 8 of the report, I report on the sessions that I facilitated. In September 2021, upon request of the chair of the board, I facilitated a trustee reflection session that provided trustees with an opportunity to share their views on the past year's issues, challenges, and concerns, and I went over an overview of the code of conduct and its rules. A very important issue that I reported on in the annual report is that of governance. How should the board function and make decisions? The Director of Education, as you all know, is the only employee directly responsible for translating the board policies, values, and goals into action. As a result, under the code, trustees should not give direction to or evaluate any district employees reporting to the director and should be mindful to not encroach upon the subject matter expertise and jurisdiction of the director. Clearly delineated boundaries for the agreed upon standards and processes for decision-making is tantamount to an effective governance model. On the basis of my work over the last year, I can recommend that in developing a comprehensive and effective governance framework that assists in clarifying roles and responsibilities of individual trustees, it is important for the board to seek out governance expertise from individuals who have lived experience, as well as professionals with knowledge of issues faced by underrepresented groups, so that policy is developed and reviewed also through an equity lens. On page 10 of the report, I touch on the importance of access to information, of board-held information. In reviewing complaints this year, I've seen that trustees tend to seek out information to carry out their duties as elected officials by way of motions at board meetings. This is legitimate under the code. However, trustees carry out their duties as defined under Section 218.1 of the Education Act. It is the board as a whole that approves budget, policy, committee processes, and such matters. Requests from trustees for information that is not covered by confidentiality is an allowable action under the code. However, while the Board of Trustees may request information held by the district in order to carry out its decision-making role, the process through which information is requested of staff, the time that it will take for staff to obtain the requested information, and determining what priority responding to requests will take should be clearly applied on the basis of consistent criteria with a view to not overburdening meeting agenda. New items arise all the time. Trustees should not be hamstrung by the rules of the code to prevent them from addressing pressing issues. However, when one or more items become, in the view of a trustee, pressing, others will necessarily fall lower on the agenda. There needs to be further clarification on how to appropriately manage what will be before trustees appropriately at the board. On page 11 and 13 of the report, I set out commentary on the complaints that I received on referral by the chair. I note that Chair Scott appeared to do her utmost to have all voices of trustees heard, and together with Vice Chair Penny, endeavored to work through some very challenging conduct that were made all the more problematic by the current ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. On page 14 of the report, I discussed the role of the chair and the vice chair and that it is the responsibility of the chair and not individual trustees to manage the speakers at a board meeting, cede the floor to a trustee, and determine what comments are appropriate or inappropriate, including when uttered by a member of the public. I noted that in the report, there were times that in an effort to give everyone an opportunity to be heard, there were occasions when the chair or vice chair were not able to procedurally consistently apply all rules. I report that what inevitably occurred on such occasions where I was given a complaint to review was that the subject of code complaints caused a lack of decorum. The focus I purport should not be on the inability of the chair and the vice chair to maintain decorum, but rather the issue of when trustees fail to recognize the authority of the chair or the vice chair, and when trustees demonstrate a disrespect for their trustee colleague who has the floor, what steps in accordance with the procedural bylaw and meeting rules should the chair and the vice chair take in those circumstances. With respect to code complaints this year, I've advised that the code is not a place to thwart individual representation and stifle dissent of individual trustees. The pivotal issue is not whether a trustee should or could express a position on a community issue, because the code does not prevent that, but rather whether they have violated the standards of ethical conduct through their tweets, how they act towards their colleagues during a meeting or on email, behavior towards staff and the public, and if they are following approved processes. The role of an integrity advisor is not to adjudicate statements of opinion, nor regulate other types of comments that relate to your job. I know this may sound as though I'm trivializing my role, but when the behavior of trustees focus on personalities through personal attacks or microaggressions protected over a meeting, these can amount to conduct prohibited under the code. The law recognizes that there are occasions in which elected officials, in this case trustees, are permitted to speak out without fear of any sanction, including code sanctions. It is settled jurisprudence that trustees have privilege when speaking at board or committee meetings. Trustees are free to engage in vigorous debate on important matters of social relevance within the ambit or oversight afforded by the Education Act. However, the courts have accepted that the present state of the law only gives a qualified privilege to trustees and other municipal actors for their remarks during meetings or remarks made outside meetings directly related to discussions at meetings, only insofar as it is necessary in the approved and recognized exercise of their statutory role, and in so doing, they do not denigrate the decision-making authority of the board or disrespect or insult another trustee, staff, or member of the public. On page 18 of the report, I respond to the concerns raised that the code has been used as a tool of harassment and that its rules have been inconsistently applied. I set out in the report that the role of the integrity advisor is that of a third-party decision maker vested with the power under the terms of the agreement with the district to receive and evaluate code complaints. If upon receipt, there's a determination that on its face, the complaint is frivolous, vexatious, or not made in good faith, it will be dismissed with a report on findings to the chair. However, if I determine that a complaint, while touching on matters that may be viewed by a respondent as frivolous or motivated by racial bias or animus, is properly addressed to matters within the code, the fact that the trustee being investigated does not believe the matter should even be a code complaint does not in and of itself, as a position, make the complaint frivolous, vexatious, or made in bad faith. A valid complaint that addresses conduct caught by the code will generally not be in bad faith in the absence of design to mislead, deceive, or a dishonest purpose. That preliminary review to determine if the complaint as read appears to be made to deceive or mislead or for a dishonest purpose is the first step that an integrity advisor will take when he or they receive a complaint. If the complaint is only politically or otherwise motivated by animus and on its face has no grounds to proceed, I will so determine and dismiss the complaint. Some may feel that the very lodging of a complaint with this hovering over the trustee does enough damage. The code is not a place to do damage. And where an individual trustee appears to be weaponizing the code, the integrity advisor provides a dismissal and reasons for that dismissal to the chair and advises the complainant trustee that their use of the code is inappropriate. On page 19 of the report, I make comments on another issue that was raised in informal complaints I reviewed, trustee-staff interaction. The issues under this heading brought to my attention appeared to stem from the lack of understanding by some trustees of the roles and responsibilities of individual trustees versus the board and staff. These are governance issues. Based on the work I've done in this reporting year, I've attempted to underscore that the code rules do not and were not intended to prevent trustees from bringing forward community concerns in respect of student achievement, school safety, diversity, inclusion, and all other important areas for which they were elected to oversee. Representing constituents in the form of matters unique to their communities is a legitimate function of a trustee under the Education Act. However, the way in which concerns are brought forward often trigger code rules, in particular rules governing civil behavior. These rules require trustees to respect the boundaries that define the role of trustee from that of the administration, as well as understanding the distinction between policy development and implementation of operational policy. During the review of the complaints and concerns that came to this office, I've observed that there is a need for a deeper or different discussion when the policies and decision-making of the board have outcomes that are not reflective of an equity context, and when the outcomes of the board decisions adversely impact certain communities disproportionately and more often than others. That being said, as urgent and vital as these discussions are to the health, safety, and well-being of students and staff and communities served by the board, the outcome of my review of complaints made it clear from my perspective that there must be a safe and respectful space where shared values and the consistent application of fair processes intersect. And when these matters come before the board, the discussion should be about issues and not individual personalities. In short, if a trustee raises an important issue, this is not a code matter, but it will become the subject of a code complaint when the how and the where to raise the issue. This matter is unclear. The outcome of my reviews determined that trustees were saying, where do I raise this concern? How do I change this policy? This is the current policy. So why am I being attacked for working within an approved policy when others are attempting to change the policy on the floor of a meeting? These are the questions that were at the core of the complaints that I received. It was the behavior of bringing forward these questions that triggered the code rules, but those questions are legitimate. The issues were policymaking, changing, and governance related, and only have become subject of code complaints because there's a lack of clarity and there's an abundance of frustration. Dismantling and disrupting unconscious bias is welcomed, and there is not one code rule, at least as I have applied these rules during this year, that stands in the way of change and trustees making a difference. The code is about speaking truth, but with respect, in accordance with the procedural rules, respecting the role of the board, respecting the role of the director, respecting the role of the administration. In the final paragraph of the report on page 21, I've made recommendations for the board's consideration and action as deemed appropriate in order for there to be fair and consistent application of the code rules to the action and behavior of individual trustees. The values, the vision, the processes, and the rules of the board must be understood in the same way by all trustees. I'll quickly wrap up. I recommended that the board consider a review of the board member code of conduct, which would include what type of ethics officer model to adopt, the development of information bulletins to assist trustees in their professional development with an at-a-glance plain language guidance. And I'd like to state that any changes to the model that you currently have should include input from the Human Rights Office and input from the Advisory Committee on Equity. I thank you for your attention, and I will take any questions.
And I would like to say thank you very, very much for an excellent report and a very succinct and focused presentation. I do see that we have some questions. We are at board, so that means we do have some time constraints because we still have additional agenda items to deal with this evening. And the request is that any questions relate to the current code of conduct, best practices for school boards in these matters, and any clarification on the comments made in the report. Certainly, there will not be responses to any detailed questions about actual complaints, who parties were, or the confidential reports that have been provided to the board over the last 12 months. But I certainly hope that there will be some good questions that will help us to make progress here and continue our learning. Trustee Lyra.
Hello, thank you, Ms. Craig. On page 5, you say that the Integrity Commissioner cannot flag to the board trends in complaints that suggest systemic issues. What would the board need to change to allow the Integrity Commissioner to flag those sorts of systemic issues to the board? How would we need to change either the request for proposal or the contract that we sign, etc.?
Through the chair to you, Trustee Lyra. Very simply put, you would change the terms of the agreement of the integrity advisor to include that she or he or they may receive such matters and make those recommendations and corresponding change to your complaint protocol.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lyra. Trustee Campbell.
There we go. Yes, thank you very much for the report. Interesting reading. Your description of events was sufficiently elliptical that I had no idea what you were referring to. So kudos. Much of the time. I do have a question, strangely on the same paragraph, maybe going in a bit of a different direction, though. That's sort of under the list of things that, as you referred to, cannot be done, right? What have you? Which does refer to, as I understood, is for recommending best practices and that kind of thing, as well as changes to policy. I think it was actually strangely into the same bullet. I'm going a bit by recall here, but you know what I'm referring to. But yet, in the report, you do certainly weigh in on your view of what would constitute good governance as maybe being at the root of, I guess, some difficulties. And I guess I was wondering if you could maybe sort of explain that. Your understanding of the mandate that way, then. If I understood correctly, and I may not, so is that the way that governance roles and response are as between board staff are seen in practice, maybe at the root of some, if I understand the connection, some code of conduct difficulties. But governance concerns are not necessarily code of conduct issues. I just sort of wondering if you could, I guess, explain that portion of your report, just so I understand.
Through the chair to Trustee Campbell, you've answered your question.
Okay.
The root of I would have to say all of the informal complaints and other that I received was a lack of understanding of the roles and responsibilities, not only of individual trustees, but the board, and that demarcation between board trustees and the administration. Right now, the terms of the agreement of integrity advisor do not include policy work. It is strictly limited to receiving complaints, investigating, reporting to the chair. I pushed the edges of my mandate just a tad because this was a new role, but I'm not comfortable sort of doing my own thing. So if this is what you are looking for, it has to be explicitly written into the terms of the agreement of the integrity advisor, policy work as it relates to best practices, and all of what you said.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. So, so there was, yeah, you're sort of, I guess, pushing the envelope a little bit there, perhaps usefully. And your comments noted with respect to, I guess, review in the fall, which I believe is going to be done. But just so I understand correctly, is that the tie between, and certainly you have views, which I think probably require debate and consideration with respect to R&R and certain feelings that way at some points. But just so I understand your thinking, is it your sense then, at least in some cases, lack of role clarity, what led to frustration or speaking out of turn, which then became a code of conduct issue? I'd just like to understand the tie.
Through the chair to you, Trustee Campbell, it was both it was a governance issue and a policy issue. The governance, roles and responsibilities. Where does my responsibility as a trustee end, and where does it become a board issue? Where does it become a staff issue? The policy part of the discussion, when I peeled back the layers of the complaint, was trustees saying, so how do I deal with this? This is an equity issue. So if I don't bring it forward as a motion, where do I bring it forward? Or we have a policy that is written and I am applying this policy. Do we just get to change the policy, or do we have to follow the policy? So the bad behavior came from the frustration, and there was bad behavior. But the root of the bad behavior was the question, so where do we have this discussion?
Okay, and that's very helpful to me. So basically, your observations are really rooted in the circumstances of a lot of the cases that you had to deal with over these past several months. That's very helpful. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Campbell. Are there any other questions for Ms. Craig this evening? Trustee Bell.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Craig, for your report. I guess my first question through you, Chair, is I'm curious if there was consideration given to bringing this report to COW before, or whether or not it's structured within the mandate that this report would only come to the Board of Trustees. And then the second and related question, given the independent nature of the role in this case with this report, was it, please remind me, was it the education director and or the chair of the board that helped to guide the integrity advisor on what our expectations were regarding the regarding what the report would entail?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Trustee Bell, with reference to where this report would come, that is your procedural purview, and I was asked to bring my report to board. So COW or board, I did not make that decision, so that's what I can comment. With reference to the expectations of the board on what my report would include, insofar as it is an independent office, and because I have filled this role, a similar role, integrity commissioner versus integrity advisor, but very similar in other jurisdictions, I report on the activities. So what I've received by way of complaints, how I have dealt with them, attempting to anonymize as much as possible, and what the outcome of those investigations have been. I understand that the Education Act is different than the Municipal Act, but there is a section of the Municipal Act, and it is entitled Accountability and Transparency. And as such, the Integrity Commissioner, in this case, the Integrity Advisor, is transparent in all of what he or they have dealt with throughout the reporting year. So I was not given any direction on what I should be reporting on, except the fulfillment of my mandate. I did not know what your expectations were, and perhaps going forward, whatever model you decide to adopt can include what an annual report would include or not include.
That's very helpful. Can I get a comment from staff and or the chair as to whether or not there was consideration brought to whether or not this should be brought to the committee of the whole?
And on that, I can respond in part and then go to the director. Generally speaking, in this district, annual reports, which is what this is, have been brought directly to the board. We are this evening receiving a number of annual reports, and similarly, there are other annual reports that are received from time to time in the course of the school year, depending on the schedule. There are a few annual reports which belong to specific committees, but none which have ever gone as a general rule to committee of the whole. Committee of the whole is more of a place where there would be discussion of potential changes to policies and things, rather than delving into the large discussions of an annual report, which is a summary of what has happened. Madam Director?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Little to add to that, just with the clarification that the committee of the whole part is representative of not just the Board of Trustees in our case, but also all of we also have the non-voting members that participate in the discussion, and essentially there's a construction and constructive nature to committee of the whole, whereas board is a business meeting where it is that information is received from in a closure kind of capacity, and so the board meetings intend to offer closure to certain processes, and indeed in receipt of reports of this nature and the nature of the report we received from PIC and before in previous meetings of ACE, it demonstrates a closure from the point of view of practice to inform the Board of Trustees as to what has transpired. So the meetings are not the same.
Thank you very much for your responses and outlining the differences between the two committees. I wonder, and maybe this is not the appropriate time, but with the integrity advisors request that going forward we ensure that ACE has a role. I think the others that sit on the committee of the whole as well, seeing this conversation and our intent evolved, I think it would be helpful for us to have this conversation about next steps at the committee of whole. And I'm sure when a policy comes, it will then go a revised policy, if it does come, would go. My last question is regarding, I guess it's somewhat regarding the potential of a systemic issue, but when it comes to what I've heard called bad behavior or decorum this evening, I'm wondering if the integrity advisor would be able to go so far as to recommend specific training on how trustees could actually relay their messages in a way that demonstrates decorum and appropriate behavior.
The chair, to you, Trustee Bell. Absolutely. I hope what I've conveyed in this report, perhaps just at the end, is that I am recommending information bulletins. A companion piece to that would be training. And I understand that there has been training, but specific to code-related infractions. So there are probably layers and layers of training that trustees, professional development, but specific cases where anonymized, this is the situation, these are the issues that were triggered, this is the proper behavior, and these are the steps that should be taken in these particular circumstances, whether it is via email, whether it is on social media, whether it is at meetings, to provide trustees with a step-by-step identification of what went wrong, what should happen.
That's it for me. I very much appreciate the responses and the report. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Bell. And I am not seeing any other hands up with questions. If trustees do have additional questions as to clarifications in this report and so on, please, if you could provide them to me in writing, and I will make sure we send out a memo with the appropriate staff who can receive them. We can compile those questions and send them send them on to Ms. Craig for response as appropriate. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much, Ms. Craig, for your presentation this evening. Certainly, speaking for myself, your advice has been extremely useful and helpful in moving us through some rather challenging issues over the past year, and is very much appreciated. So I look forward to our next meeting, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Director. Madam Director, did you wish to comment? I just saw your camera come on.
No, my camera has been off and on, but I certainly do appreciate the comments that are here. And I do think that there's some very useful information for us as staff to work on to support the way forward with our trustee colleagues. So thank you, Ms. Craig, for this insightful report.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Moving on then with our agenda, we are at item 10, delegations, and I would like to invite Dori Covalio to make her presentation with regard to anti-Semitism, if she is here. Is she in attendance with us?
The delegate is not here yet.
She is not here yet. In that case, we can perhaps go ahead and deal with the report from board in camera and see if she arrives when we're done that. So I will go then instead to item 11 on our agenda and call on Trustee Schwartz to present the report from board in camera.
Thank you, Chair Scott. The board met in camera this evening and reports and recommends as follows. The first item was moved by Trustee Lyra, which I will second, that staff be authorized to proceed as directed in board in camera with respect to a financial matter. The second item moved by Trustee Lyra, which I will second, that staff be authorized.
How about we deal with them one at a time?
That's fine.
So on the first one, moved by Trustee Lyra and seconded by Trustee Schwartz, that staff proceed as directed in board in camera with respect to a financial matter. And on this, we did have our discussion in camera, and I will ask if Manager Guthrie could please open the vote on this motion.
Through you, Madam Chair. Waiting for Trustee Huff. Not sure if she's able to use her e-scribe.
That is exactly the problem. I am having some e-scribe difficulties right now that I'm trying to rectify, but I am in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Huff.
And Manager Guthrie, have you received my vote?
No, I have not.
Because it's just sitting there spinning in outer space, saying submitting vote, and I also will be voting in favor.
Thank you, Chair Scott.
And we have a result. The motion is carried unanimously among those present. None opposed, no abstentions. Trustee Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item was moved by Trustee Lyra, which I will second, that staff be authorized to proceed with the renewal of the LTD contract with Canada Life based on the terms discussed in camera.
And again, this was debated and discussed in camera, and I will ask Manager Guthrie, please, to open the vote. And we have a result, I believe. And this motion as well has been approved unanimously among those present, none opposed, and no abstentions. Trustee Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the third item, moved by Trustee Lyra, which I will second, that staff be authorized to proceed as directed in board and camera with respect to a human resources matter.
I'm sorry, could we have the motion back on display? Because it disappeared again very quickly. So proceed as directed in board and camera with respect to a human resources matter. And if Manager Guthrie could please open the vote. And again, we have a unanimous decision among those present, none opposed, and no abstentions. The motion is carried. Trustee Schwartz.
That is it for my report from in camera. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for filling in for Trustee Penny this evening. Do we have our delegate here yet, Manager Guthrie?
Through you, Madam Chair, Manager Owens, has our delegate arrived?
No.
Well, we can give it a little bit more time, but in the meantime, we might as well proceed with the briefing from the chair of the board. And let me just find my notes here. This evening will be a little bit longer briefing than usual, but one with some very important announcements here, because today we are pleased to announce this year's winners of the Community Recognition Awards. These awards recognize some of our outstanding volunteers for their hard work in support of students, classrooms, programs, and staff members across the OCDSB. The Community Award is awarded to Rebecca McMillan, who is a multi-talented volunteer at Maple Ridge Elementary School, supporting the needs of our most vulnerable students over the past 8 years. The Community Partnership Award is awarded to Danielle Roman and the Ottawa Community Immigrant Services Organization for the support of our student achievement through equity programs, which have just been doing great things this past year. The Distinguished School Council Service Award is awarded to Maya Strega, past co-chair of Featherston Drive Public Schools School Council, for her school council leadership over more than a decade, not just at Featherston Drive, but also at General Vanier Public School. This year, we simply had to make an exception when it came to the Excellence in Equity Award, because we had two incredible nominees. And in the end, it was decided that both of them should receive the Excellence in Equity Award this year. The two nominees were Lily Miller, who is a volunteer with the Advisory Committee on Equity and the Indigenous Education Council, and the late Mark Wiley, who was a volunteer serving on the Special Education Advisory Committee for over 10 years. Both of whom have consistently and eloquently advocated on behalf of finding inclusive and equitable ways to meet the needs of students who have been historically marginalized. The Volunteer of the Year award is awarded to Michelle Clark, a volunteer seamstress former parent from South Carleton High School, who has supported the South Carleton dance program and annual dance show for over 10 years with hundreds of incredible custom fitted costumes. And finally, the Chair's Award is awarded to Kathy Dixon, a community volunteer for the Excellence in Literacy program at Sir Guy Carleton Secondary School, who has tutored so many students to improve their literacy skills in person and online, unfailingly patient and always kind in providing them with the dedicated help they need to find success. To all of our award winners, thank you and congratulations on this wonderful achievement. And to all of our volunteers, because it's not just all of those who were nominated for awards, but there are an awful lot of very deserving volunteers out there who were not nominated for awards. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to supporting our students, staff members, and families this year. The second thing I would like to mention is that today, June the 20th, is World Refugee Day. It's a time to reflect on the more than 100 million people worldwide who have been forced to flee their homes due to conflict and violence. As a school district, we have been fortunate to welcome so many refugees who have moved to Ottawa to start a new life, many of whom are already becoming contributors to the work that is needed to support our students in our schools. And tomorrow, Tuesday, the 21st of June, is National Indigenous Peoples Day. This is an opportunity to celebrate the beauty and brilliance of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. It's a day when Indigenous students and staff may decide to engage in activities with family and community at home or at events. And we encourage all families and students to take the opportunity to learn more and celebrate, or to join in a community activity. And that concludes my briefing for this evening. Are there any questions? Seeing none, if our delegate is not here yet, I will move on to the director's briefing. Are we still missing our delegation?
Still missing our delegation.
In that case, we move on to item 13, Madam Director.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to offer my sincere appreciation for all the winners and nominees of the Community Recognition Awards for their hard work and dedication in supporting our schools, our students, and our communities. This week, we're also pleased to be announcing the winners of this year's Student Recognition Awards and the Excellence and Equity Student Recognition Awards. The OCDSB's Student Recognition Awards are awarded each year to celebrate excellence in student leadership. Students are chosen by their principals and vice principals for their demonstration of initiative, supported by the will to succeed, the dedication to finish what they started, and the commitment to achieve their personal best. We will be announcing and sharing information about the winners later this week on our website and on social media channels. Congratulations to our award recipients, and thank you for everything you've done this year to demonstrate leadership and support to your school communities. I'd also like to extend my congratulations to Josh Gertzwolf, who is the winner of the prestigious Schulich Leader Scholarship. Josh was nominated for this scholarship for his outstanding academic and extracurricular achievements at Sir Robert Borden High School, the Ottawa-Carleton Virtual Secondary School, and in the community over the past 4 years. Josh has been confirmed as the 2022 Schulich Leader at McGill University, winning $80,000 in scholarship funding. Josh will be working towards a Bachelor of Science in Biology, Biomed, and Life Science, focusing on neuroscience or biochemistry. And finally, as we reach the end of the school year, I encourage you all to visit the school news section of our OCDSB website for stories and some of the wonderful learning that took place across the OCDSB. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions on the director's briefing? I'm not seeing any, so we might as well proceed directly to the COVID briefing, and staff have informed me that they will let me know if our delegation does arrive in the meeting. Madam Director, COVID update, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. We are light on that today. We do not have a formal update, but willing, of course, to take questions should they arise. And as usual, Associate Director Reynolds is with us to respond to any such questions as they arise.
And are there any questions for the Associate Director? And I am not seeing any, so I think that is the briefest COVID briefing that we have ever had. And I thank you for being prepared to respond to questions if we had any. Moving on then to item 15 on the agenda, confirmation of the board minutes, first from the 31st of May, 2022. Do we have a mover for those? Trustee Blackburn, seconded by Trustee Schwartz. Are there any errors or omissions in these minutes? Seeing none, then I will call the question on the motion to confirm the minutes of the 31st of May, 2022. All those in favor? And opposed. And the motion is carried. We also have the minutes from our special board meeting from the 14th of June, 2022. And I need a mover for those. Trustee Schwartz, thank you. Seconded by Trustee Blackburn. And are there any errors, omissions in this set of minutes? Seeing none, I will call the question on confirming the minutes of the special board on the 14th of June, 2022. All those in favor? And those opposed? And the motion to confirm those minutes is also carried. Is there any business arising from either of these sets of board minutes? Seeing none, I have been informed that our delegation will not be able to appear this evening. So we will proceed to receipt of the Committee of the Whole report from the 7th of June, 2022. And seeing that Trustee Penny has now joined us, Trustee Penny, would you like to present the report?
Sure thing, Madam Chair. I'd like to move receipt of the Committee of the Whole report from June the 7th, 2022.
And do we have a seconder for that? Trustee Ellis, thank you. Are there any errors or omissions in the report from Committee of the Whole on the 7th of June? Seeing none, I will call the question on receipt. All those in favor of receipt of this report? And opposed? And the motion to receive the report is carried. Trustee Penny.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And on a motion by Trustee Campbell, which I will second, that the proposed strategic planning framework for the 2023-2027 and the outline consultation strategy report 22-039 be approved.
So we do have the motion before us, duly moved and seconded. I will ask if this is a consent item. If it is not a consent item, please raise your hand or speak out. And it would appear that this is going to be a consent item. So before we take the vote on this, let's find out whether there are other recommendations that could also be consent. Trustee Penny?
And indeed there is, Madam Chair, on a motion by Trustee Campbell, which I will second, that the revised policy P.144.SCO, pause for safety student exclusion attached as Appendix B to report 22-044 be approved.
And again, I will ask if this is a consent item. And I believe, Trustee Campbell, this is not a consent item?
I believe, Madam Chair, that staff may have had an amendment suggestion. I'm not.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we will not deal with this one as consent. Are there any other recommendations in your report, Trustee Penny?
No, there is not, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
In that case, I will ask Manager Guthrie if she could open the vote on the motion regarding approval of the strategic plan framework. And we will deal with that one first.
Through you, Madam Chair, waiting for Trustee Bell.
Bell in favor. Nicole, Manager Guthrie, I sent it to you in the chat. Thank you. My e-scribe's not working.
Thank you, Trustee Bell. And we do have a result, and the motion regarding the strategic plan framework for the next strategic plan is carried unanimously among those present with none opposed and no abstentions. And I take it then that that does conclude your report, Vice Chair Penny?
Indeed, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to item 17.2, non-consent items. We do have the item of the new policy P.144.SCO, pause for safety or student exclusion to deal with, which was moved by Trustee Campbell. So I would like to invite Trustee Campbell to introduce the recommendation. And note that there is supplemental information that has been provided by staff in memo 22-078, which includes a possible revision to the draft policy. Trustee Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. We discussed this quite a bit at COW. Again, thank staff for their work and my colleagues for the discussion the other evening. I really I think at this point we'll move straight to moving staff's or trying to move staff's suggested amendment straight into the policy. It goes to a matter you had raised, Madam Chair, around explicit delegation by the board to an alternate body or subset of trustees to hear appeals. But I believe staff have the wording with them. I don't, I will confess, there we go. What magic. And so I would suggest, as suggested by staff, that the wording that the board inserts the following clause P144 into a P144 SEO in section 313. The board shall delegate the authority of the appeal process to a 3-member panel of trustees to hear, consider, and decide upon an appeal. The panel appointed by the chair shall include the chair or vice chair and 2 additional trustees. I have no comment myself, and I'm merely performing an administrative duty. So I will move that amendment.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder for that amendment? Trustee Blackburn, are you proposing to second that?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I actually have a question, but so I'll let somebody else second it.
So do we have a seconder for that? Trustee Schwartz will second that. Is there any debate on, or well, first let me ask, is this a friendly amendment? If it is not, please speak up.
I just want some clarification, Madam Chair.
So we will treat it for the moment then as not friendly and proceed with debate. I think Trustee Campbell, you didn't wish any further introduction to the amendment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I'll go to Trustee Blackburn for her question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, as somebody who has participated in many panels, trustee panels, I just want to clarify that the panel could consist of the chair and the vice chair and 1 trustee.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Could the panel consist of the chair and vice chair and 1 trustee? Because typically that, in my experience, oftentimes the chair and the vice chair are present and with 1 additional trustee in the panels I've participated in.
I believe that's possible, but I will ask if staff could please provide clarity because they did prepare this wording.
I think that that would be possible, but if you wanted to clarify that expressly, then you would have to amend in and or vice chair and up to 2 additional trustees.
Then I'd like to move that amendment just for clarity.
So that is a sub-amendment that has been moved by Trustee Blackburn to clarify that it could be the chair and the vice chair plus 1 trustee, or it could be either the chair or the vice chair and up to two other trustees. So if we could have that amendment displayed, I see it coming up there on the screen. Do we have a seconder for the sub-amendment? Trustee Schwartz will second that. And my next question then is whether this sub-amendment would be a friendly sub-amendment. If it is not friendly, please speak out. And I am not hearing a chorus of voices saying, no, no, don't do that. So Trustee Blackburn, your sub-amendment is accepted as friendly. Did you have any further comments on the amendment?
From my perspective, the amendment is friendly.
And are there any other speakers on the amendment? And if there are no other speakers, I will ask for a vote on the amendment. This will not be a recorded vote, but I would ask trustees to raise your hands and also speak out your vote. So I will call the question on the amendment unless Trustee Campbell would like wrap up first.
Not needed, thank you.
Trustee, so all those in favor?
Schwartz in favor.
All in favor.
All in
Ellis.
favor.
Ellis in favor. Campbell in favor.
Jenikins in favor.
Any in favor?
Scott in favor. Anybody else? I will then call for those opposed. All those opposed, please.
Blackburn opposed.
Opposed to the amendment.
Yes.
That you just amended. And anybody else? Trustee Bell, are you opposed to the amendment?
Definitely not.
So that's a residual hand. And any abstentions on this? And seeing no further hands, the motion is carried with just one opposed. And the amendment is incorporated in the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion, which is to approve the draft policy as amended? Any wrap up, Trustee Campbell?
Merely say thanks again to all. That's it.
And with that, I will ask if Manager Guthrie could please open the vote.
All in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Bell.
Through you, Madam Chair, waiting for Trustee Campbell.
Manager Guthrie, is my vote there?
Is Trustee Blackburn currently showing as in favor?
Okay, good. No, it's just not coming up on my screen. Okay, thank you.
Still waiting for Trustee Campbell.
And Trustee Campbell is indicating he is putting his vote in the chat. And we have a result, and the motion to approve the new policy P.144.SCO, pause for safety, brackets student exclusion, as amended, is approved unanimously, 10 in favor, none opposed, and no abstentions. And we are exactly 9 o'clock. We have all been sitting in our seats for a considerable amount of time, and I will declare a 5-minute recess and ask that people be back to deal with the remainder of our agenda at 5 after 9. We are in recess. And I will ask if trustees who have returned would please activate their cameras so that I can see if everyone is back and we have a quorum to call us to order again. And it looks as though we have quorum again. So I would like to call this board meeting back to order and move on to the next item in our agenda, which is Report 22-046, Special Education Plan 2021 to 2022. Madam Director.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, we see that we have Principal Amy Hanna joining us along with Superintendent Peter Simmons. And so this item certainly is due to the hard work of this group. And so I'm going to turn it directly to Superintendent Simmons at this point, with thanks to both himself and Principal Hanna. Over to you, Superintendent Simmons.
Thank you, Director and Chair, through you. This is an annual report that we bring forward each year following the major work. One of the legislative responsibilities of our Special Education Advisory Committee is to annually review the Special Education Plan. It is kind of a look back at our model for the 2021-2022 school year. And System Principal Hanna does lead this work in working with the members of SEAC to help improve this document in iterative methods. The process we take is to dedicate time at several SEAC meetings to be able to discuss the content of the special education plan, both in terms of the content, obviously, but also for readability and to improve access for communities. At June SEAC meeting, the Special Education Advisory Committee did approve their motion to accept the Special Education the Special Education Plan. And now we are here tonight looking for board approval as part of the process so that we can meet our deadline of July 31st to publish our Special Education Plan. I will turn it over to System Principal Hanna just for a couple of the key highlights of our work this year.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Simmons, and through you, Chair. As shared, this is that annual task that we take on and one that we take very seriously in our department in serving and helping to support our educators in our district, the students, and of course, the families and community representatives that we work closely with. I'd just like to highlight that there are ongoing pieces that are updated on an annual basis. So throughout the document, there are different pieces of information related to budgetary items that we do report to the ministry on an annual basis. This year, there was an update to the IPRC Parent and Guardian Guide to support that work and process within the organization and within the community schools. And also wanted to highlight that we have a new component to the standards that can have content updates that are not strictly required and dictated by the Ministry of Education, where we have a looking ahead component to the standard. So it's really allowing us to not only sort of account for all of the work that's transpired this year, but also provide a little bit of a sneak preview to what's coming ahead in the year ahead, and also the guide of what we're hoping to accomplish as well in the following year in that area. Also would like to highlight the consultations. This year we worked with several individuals within our organization and departments, just naming, of course, a team within our department, both the academic and professional staff, also working closely with our colleagues in program and learning, equity and ESL principal and our human rights and equity advisor. We had an opportunity to do some consultations around the content and how it was presented to our community and to our staff. So we do have a plan next year for some dedicated sessions for educators, specifically on these four areas: the board's model for special education, the individual education plan, the IPRC process, the identification, placement, and review committee process, and the early identification procedures and intervention strategies. We did significant reviews to this component. Lots of different pieces came forward this year to inform that, but there is still more work to be done for next year. So really excited to start to share that with educators within the district. So at that, we'll leave it for questions, and I'll turn it back to you, Superintendent Simmons. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. And the looking forward section is reflective of some of the feedback and conversations that we've gathered from various stakeholders. So looking to flesh that out a little bit more. At the end of the letter of transmittal, there is a recommendation for the board to consider as we go through this process, but happy to take any questions now. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you very much, Superintendent Simmons, and thanks to all of the members of the Learning Support Services team who worked on this, and to the Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Special Education Advisory Committee who put considerable time and effort into reviewing the various sections for potential improvements. We have a recommendation in the report at hand, and I will go to trustees, beginning with Trustee Lyra.
Hello. I'm going to first move that we move to Committee of the Whole to discuss this.
So we have a motion to adopt rules of committee. And is there a seconder for that? Trustee Bell will second that. I will call the question then on the motion to adopt rules of committee to discuss this. All those in favor of adopting rules of committee, please put your hands up, and those who are opposed to adopting rules of committee for this item. And let us I'm not sure of the count on of those in favor, so I would like to go back again just to make sure that we've got it straight. So let's everybody take their hands down. Let's do this one more time where I can see the whole screen all at once. All those in favor of adopting rules of committee. And if you can take your hands down, all those opposed to adopting rules of committee for this item. And the motion to adopt rules of committee fails on a vote of 3 in favor and 6 opposed. So Trustee Lyra, you had a question or comment on the report.
I have many questions, and I was hoping to get through them all before I run out of time. On page 4, we reference 4 methods used to seek public consultation. I'm wondering approximately how many people actually utilized that feedback.
Madam Director or Superintendent Simmons?
Sorry about that. I was having some difficulties managing the keyboard. My apologies, Chair. We don't have summary numbers for those pieces of information at this point, Trustee Lyra.
Can you give me an order of magnitude? Was it 2, 20, 200?
I would look to System Principal Hannah for guidance on that one.
Thank you, Superintendent Simmons, and through you, Chair. There were, I would say, few under 20 comments that were provided. Some of them come through to our coordinators in our department to provide some information and feedback, and then it's shared with us as well through the different SEAC representatives. So it was not very many, but certainly under 20.
Okay. I think that is a troublingly low number if we want to get meaningful feedback on our special education program, given that approximately 20% of students are impacted by the choices we make. On page 11, we talk about ABA therapy, and a number of members of the adults with autism community have reached out to me and expressed concerns about the district's continued use of ABA. And I'm wondering if you have a comment on why we have chosen to go with this therapy and what alternatives we've considered.
Chair, through you, as a district school board responsible for education, we don't provide therapy and we don't provide applied behavioral analysis therapy. However, there is a PPM, a policy and program memoranda from the ministry, PPM 140, which is pretty prescriptive and mandates the use of the principles of ABA where appropriate. ABA is an instructional approach that includes relationships and collaboration with parents and caregivers. It's based on using data to identify target behaviors, to assess the impact of interventions that you're putting into place, to develop new skills, as well as to assess the generalization of those skills. However, if there are situations where that approach may not be warranted, we would certainly engage in a collaborative conversation with the parent or caregiver and the student if appropriate. If it's not an appropriate method for that student, then we would not be using it. But as it stands right now, there is a PPM directing us to use this as an approach. We do continue to reflect on it. So for example, we have a relationship with CHIO and we're starting to work with them on some of the initiatives that they are undertaking to support students with autism. I'm thinking in particular, for example, a trauma-informed ABA approach, which we're seeking to learn a little bit more about currently.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Trustee Byra. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had a question for me. So thank you for that, Superintendent Simmons. That does explain what ABA is, but not the alternatives that the district has considered when ABA is not the right model, or what we might do to encourage staff and families towards models that the autistic community has said are less harmful to its members.
So through you, Chair, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because I haven't had an actual conversation with members of that community, nor has it been raised through Autism Ontario, who is a representative on our Special Education Advisory Committee, as an area of concern. So I'm thinking about individual circumstances where a family or treating professionals may have indicated that it would be contraindicated in a particular circumstance. And in those circumstances, we would work to find the appropriate supports and services. So we are in the process. I guess the model that we have is based on PPM 140, which was the consideration that we have. Although, as I indicated earlier, we do continue to reflect and work with our board certified behavior analysts to make sure that we're continually reflecting and refining our approach to supporting students with autism.
Okay, thank you. On page 36, we talk about school level assessments and district level assessments. A number of times parents and families have reached out to me and said, I had these great supports at the previous school, and then we changed schools either because they went from grade 6 to grade 7 or because they moved, and the supports didn't carry. And I'm wondering what can be done to make sure that supports that exist at a school level are being properly transferred between both our school and carried out if they do choose to move to another district entirely.
One of the, Chair, through you, one of the things that we are working on an ongoing basis is ensuring our transition planning as required in a variety of PPMs and through individual education plans, IEPs, is comprehensive and thorough. So that's part of the process that would help support that transition or that the continuation of supports without interruption at a new or receiving school. In addition, we also have our multidisciplinary teams, and they share information. So for example, if a psychologist at school A knows a student is transferring to school B, a conversation can occur between those professionals, and conversations do occur between our learning support consultants, our ASD team, and so on, to help ensure that that doesn't happen. I know it is not perfect, and that there are areas to improve for sure, but we are working consistently to try to make sure that we're doing our best to support transitions when we know that they're happening. There are transitions that occur on occasion that we're not aware of, and of course, without that adequate planning, or it happens late in the year, it makes it exceptionally challenging for us, which can contribute to some of the challenges that a student may experience upon arrival at the new school.
Would you say that the best advice for me to give to families is to ensure that any supports that they're getting are in their IEP so that it's going to follow them if they move schools?
So generally, all those supports should be listed in the IEP. There's a human resources section that would talk about the kinds of human resources supports that are available to help the students succeed. Of course, the strategies and approaches should be clearly documented, as well as the learning goals within that IEP. So I would hope that those supports and processes are in place in existing IEPs, and yes, they should. Parents should be fully engaged in the collaborative consultative process of an IEP development and reflection. In addition, conversations also never hurt. Parents can speak with the receiving school's learning support teacher, with the principal, to talk about the unique and particular circumstances of their student.
On page 40, we talk about the different types of testing at different boards. I'm wondering if any attempt has been made to unify testing between other boards, even just in Ottawa, because I've had a number of families say, well, my child was getting these supports or was ID'd as this exceptionality at the last school board they're at, and I want them to transfer for X, Y, or Z reason, but they're no longer ID'd as the same exceptionality at your school, and that's a whole bunch of unnecessary paperwork or a whole bunch of problems for the student. And so I'm wondering what has been done to unify definitions across the school board, across the school boards in the city.
So the definitions and categories of exceptionalities are determined by the Ministry of Education and are consistent across school districts. The regulation is clear. For example, an IPRC or Identification, Placement and Review Committee's decision does not transfer between boards. In addition, boards have different special education programs and services and models for delivery. So what is available in one board may not be available in another. And the other board has taken a different strategy or a different approach to meeting the needs of students with special education needs. So it really does have to be an individual board process, because we are all so different. There are school districts across the province that have 0 fully self-contained classrooms, and all of their support for students with special education needs is dedicated within regular classrooms across their district. We have a continuum of supports and services that make things a little bit different here for our processes. We may also determine, for example, that in our assessment of a student's needs, with consideration of the special education programs that the OCDSB has adopted, that different placement options are what's required to support a particular learner.
Okay.
I think, sorry, you also asked about assessments, right? And so we capitalize on our professional support staff's best recommendations for assessments and which ones to use. Other districts do the same thing and come up with a different answer. But when we receive information, so for example, a psychoeducational assessment from another district that doesn't use the preferred assessment here, the psychologists are able to interpret it. It's just not something that we use on a regular basis.
Okay. I'll follow up about a specific case that is causing concerns rather than talk about it in public. On page 41, you have a table that lists the total number of assessments and the estimated wait times, and the table is blank, or it says it'll be filled in June. And I'm wondering what those numbers are, how many people are still waiting for assessments, and what is the estimated wait time?
So we went out at the end of May to get that information. Right now, our processes are still very much manual, and we have to gather that data. So we have received that data now from schools, and we're in the process of assessing it. So we don't have the final numbers. However, there is an annual report that comes forward around December, January of each year. This past year's was report number 22-004, went to SEAC on 5 January. It highlights the wait list as of what we knew about at that time with the previous year's data. And there were in that report, speech and language pathology, 158 students waiting for assessment, 186 students waiting for psychological assessments, and 571 students awaiting educational assessments, with a wait time of between 5.4 and 5.9 months. Certainly, we have felt the impact of the pandemic. We are also experiencing some challenges with staffing in certain areas of our professional support staff, which is contributing to a challenge. We have received additional funding this year, as we have in the past years, for summer assessments. So we are working with our existing staff, recognizing that they have also been going nonstop or full tilt throughout school years and in the summer. Trying to get as many assessments as we can get completed over the summer months. Unlike previous years, we are able to extend that into the fall. So we are hopeful that even if we can't get to the full complement that is within the funding allocation over the summer, that perhaps moving into the fall, we will be able to get additional assessments done. Mm-hmm. I'd highlight though, in conclusion, that it's not all just about assessments. In some situations, it's absolutely critical. But in other situations, we're still able to capitalize on the knowledge and expertise of our professional support services personnel who are able to offer suggestions and guidance for programming and interventions for students who are experiencing some challenges.
I do recall the memo that came out in January, but it's been 6 months. I wanted to see where we'd gotten in the interim 6 months if the average wait time was expected to be 6 months. So on page 150, we talk about how we need to spend $4.2 million per year to meet the deadline for accessibility, and we would have needed to start in 2006. We have not done that, and by my count, we're between $45 and $60 million short of the amount of money we should have spent to meet our obligation under the Access for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. What is our projected timeline to meet that obligation? And are there any students whose needs are not being met because we're not fulfilling this?
Through you, Chair, I will start with the second question first, and then perhaps Superintendent Carson or Superintendent McCoy, possibly from an HR perspective, can support with some of the timeline questions, because I know Superintendent Carson did talk about this, I believe, during budget process, perhaps, I think in response to a question from you, Trustee Lyra. And I wouldn't want to misrepresent anything that was said at that meeting. To To my knowledge, there aren't students who are being negatively impacted as a result of not being fully compliant with AODA. I can tell you that there are circumstances where when we've had concerns, the support that we receive from facilities has been top-notch to address any shortcomings. And they're very quick to address unique situations that emerge at various schools. I don't know if Superintendent Carson is around to address the other piece. And if not, I can follow up with Superintendent Carson and we can connect with you.
Okay. Those were all of my questions. Thank you for the report. I see no hands, so I will move the recommendation.
So Trustee Lyra is moving the recommendation that the
report, yeah,
that the 2021-2022 special education plan attached as Appendix A to report number 22-046 be approved. Do we have a seconder for that? And Trustee Ellis will second that. And did you need any further introduction? Trustee Lowry, you're just about out of time here.
I don't need an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there any discussion, additional discussion on the report? Trustee Blackburn? Trustee Blackburn, are you?
Yeah, I have a comment.
report?
I have a comment, Madam Chair.
Is it relevant? Is it directly related to the report?
It is.
Go ahead then.
So I just want to give a different point of view than my colleague Trustee Evans did regarding ABA. As a trustee who has spent a significant amount of time with members, with parents who have children with autism, attending many protests with them and having gotten to know them very much and maintain contact with many people in that community, I can tell you that the vast majority of parents with children in our system do support ABA, as does the Ontario Autism Coalition. So I just thought I needed to bring that to the attention of the public and people in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blackburn. Do we have any other discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any more hands go up, so I'm back to you for wrap up, Trustee Lyra.
None required. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, I will ask Manager Guthrie if she could please open the vote. And we have a result, and the motion is carried unanimously, 10 in favor, none opposed, and no abstentions. And thank you very much to staff for bringing this report forward. We are now moving on to item 17.4, and I would like to ask Trustee Penny if he could please take the chair for this particular item.
Yes, Madam Chair, and like to call upon the director to introduce report 22-049, naming of the new elementary school in Fernbank.
Thank you, through you, Vice Chair Penny. It's always an exciting time when we are able to engage and welcome and look forward to the opening of a new school in our district. And the naming of said school is a particularly exciting opportunity. And so we do have a report here that takes trustees and the public through the process that was undertaken to drive us towards the naming of our newest school, set to be open within, we are able to actually speak about months in single digits at this point. So we'll turn it to Superintendent Lehman, who has been a lead on the process and who is in fact the superintendent for the new school. So Superintendent Lehman, please.
Thank you, Director, and through you, Chair. I do have a few slides that I'd like to work through with folks, so I'm just wondering if they could be put up on the screen, please. Okay. Thanks. Mike, if you could move to the next slide, please. So it is an honor to be before you this evening to bring this recommendation to the Board of Trustees. And as the Director was saying, certainly is an exciting time as we get closer to the opening of the new school. As you may be aware, Fernbank is a growing residential area in the western part of the district, and the new school is going to be located at 480 Cope Drive. What you would see in front of you right now is a picture that was a couple of weeks old around the building of the school. Construction started in September of last year, and the new school is a JK to 6 dual track school that will offer both English and French immersion that is expected to open with approximately 600 students. The students who will attend the school will be drawn from the communities of John Young Elementary, West Wynn, and Stittsville Public Schools. The policy P107 and procedure 630, the naming of schools and educational support facilities, determines the process and criteria for naming new schools. And a key step is ensuring that each new school establishes a school naming task force to consult with the community on possible names, review the suggestions, and make recommendations for the new school name. Mike, if you can move to the next slide, please. Thanks, Mike. In April, the school naming task force was created. It consisted of 9 community members, 2 students, the area trustee, 2 staff members, 2 members of our equity and human rights team department, 1 Indigenous Education Advisory Committee member, the new principal, Todd Thompson, and myself. At the outset, the members were provided with an overview of the process, background information, and we're encouraged to avoid names that already existed in school names or similar ones, names that of a politically partisan nature, and we're also encouraged to consider land and geographic-based names. The task force was asked to develop a community-based consultative process for selecting the names for the new school. In establishing the recommended names for the new school, there was a focused effort to bring an equity lens to the process. So we work with staff, as I said earlier, in our equity division as part of our Indigenous Education Council, an Algonquin elder, and a knowledge keeper, in addition to the school community, that we've been able to develop a recommended name and have learned a number of things as we work throughout this process, as we work towards updating the associated policies and procedures that we feel as part of this process that we can contribute certainly some good information and some good learning to the revised policies and procedures associated with the school naming process. Mike, next phase, please. Great. So we used a number of engagement strategies to support the communication on the school naming process. And so it included Principal Todd Thompson, who you'll see on the upper right-hand side of your screen, visiting schools, Todd visiting school council meetings, social media, school websites. Todd had also created a video that he shared with the school community, email, surveys, and finally, a thought exchange process. So the community was invited to shortlist names as part of our policy and procedure, and we received approximately 100 names that the school naming task force reviewed. Based on that, they also sought input from an elder and a knowledge keeper, and 6 names were shortlisted. So those 6 names that were shortlisted are Airwood Public School, Blackstone Public School, Chemanin Public School, Shinwakin Public School, Ojibwakong Public School, and Little Eagle Public School. The thought exchange was then used to get feedback from the shortlisted group. So we had shared the thought exchange with the community with the 6 shortlisted names. The community was actively engaged in the process. So there were just over 500 people that participated with 12,000 star ratings. So some really good numbers and some really good engagement. The task force reviewed the feedback from the thought exchange and the feedback from the Algonquin elder and knowledge keeper. And Mike, if you can go to the last slide, please. So through the thought exchange process, certainly the results indicated a strong sense of support for an Algonquin name as a further step towards reconciliation. An Algonquin named school will provide significant learning opportunities for students and the school community as they learn more about the history of the Algonquin people. While Morningstar had received the highest number of star ratings through the thought exchange process, the task force felt that there were already a couple of different locations in the Ottawa area named after Chief William Commanda, and had thought that potentially that another location may be too confusing. As a result, through the conversations, the task force unanimously concluded that the school should be named Shinwakin Public School. The rationale for this is that the pines of the Algonquin territory are some of the strongest, straightest, and tallest. Their branches are longer, facing the east, welcoming each new day as a new beginning. This is reflective of our students. Each day brings a new beginning and new opportunities. As the little pines grow, so do our students. A tree that can prosper at all times of the year, just like our community. Thank you, Chair, or thank you, Vice Chair Penny, for the opportunity to present the school naming recommendation to the Board of Trustees this evening.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Lehman. And we're going to go to the trustees, starting with Chair Scott. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to Superintendent Lehman for the presentation and review of the process, which was a very rich process. From the beginning, I believe it was known that our existing policy on naming schools is no longer sufficient for what we need to be considering when we choose a name for a school. But we didn't have time to change the policy before we had to have a name for this school. And I'm really appreciative of the strong community engagement in the process. That's the kind of community that this school will be serving. Parents are engaged, families are engaged, and neighbors of schools are engaged in these things. And there were some excellent discussions and some very good ideas included in the thought exchange process. To the best of my knowledge, we have only 2 schools currently that have names that are Indigenous names in any Indigenous language. And those would be Manotick Public School and Kitimavik Public School, one of which I believe is an Algonquin word, and that's Manotick. The other being an Inuit word, and that's Kitimavik. And in both cases, I have no knowledge suggesting that they were chosen deliberately because there was a wish to recognize the Indigenous presence in these lands from before settlers began to colonize the area. Manotick was already the name of the village. That was where the school was, and I believe the school was named after the village without a lot of thought that it actually was an Indigenous term for, I think, island in the river. In the case of Katimavik, there may have been some discussion that it was an Inuit word relating to the concept of a meeting place. But again, that was the name of a local street. It was a name applied to a large part of the community that the school served. And I'm not sure that there was conscious thought that it was time to choose an Indigenous name for a school. In this case, we're in a different era. We have heard and read the words of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We have had the advice and the learning from and with the Indigenous Education Council that we now have working with us. And it was very fitting that we should be involving representatives of the local Algonquin Nation in the deliberations and process around this. It was really heartening to me to see how much members of the community were prepared to welcome a new way of looking at school names and what they could and should represent. Many people agreed with me that part of the idea was to be inspirational and aspirational in our choice of name. And I am very pleased indeed, Mr. Chair, to move the recommendation. But before I do that, I did have one question through you to staff. And that is whether in the landscaping that will be developed around the new school, will we be sure to have some white pine?
Through you, Chair, I do believe we have CFO Carson back with us. So CFO Carson, would you care to jump in there?
I don't have the landscape plan in front of me. We will have to see where on the site that could be accommodated. White pine is, especially in light of the last couple of weeks, white pine isn't always the strongest, but we can certainly take a look at it in terms of the landscape plan at perhaps a distance from the school. Thanks.
Thank you for that answer. I certainly hope we can have pine on the site. With that, I would like then to move the recommendation that the new public school in Fernbank, located at 480 Cope Drive in Ottawa, be named Shingwakan Public School, recognizing the history and the lands of the Algonquin Nation.
Thank you very much, Trustee Scott. And do we have a seconder for that motion? Trustee Jenkins, thank you very much for seconding. And let's see do we have any comments or questions for this motion? And seeing none, would you like wrap up, Trustee Scott?
None required, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And with that, I don't know if Manager Guthrie is ready to open the question on that. Manager Guthrie, if you could. Open the vote, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, waiting for Trustee Scott.
And I am voting in favor, and it is sitting here spinning around saying submitting vote, which it will, it seems to have stopped.
Thank you very much. And that vote is unanimous amongst all the trustees present this evening. So thank you very much. And back to you for item 17.5, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Penny, and we will move right along to 17.5, Report 22-054, Revisions to Selection of Supervisory Officer Policies. Madam Director.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So before you trustees have a report where we're taking forward two trustees' recommendation with a rationale for an adjustment to the policy pertaining to the selection of supervisory officers. Trustees will be keenly aware that each time we have brought the process forward for the selection of supervisory officers. We have had inquiry about the question and nature of trustee involvement in the selection, as it is a delegation of authority to the director for the process for interviewing and selecting senior team members. However, we do have it enshrined in our own policy that trustees are engaged in the matter. And so what we are doing is we have reflected on trustees' inquiries, knowing that we are bringing forward another process in the fall and have not had the opportunity in between processes over this past year to bring this change forward. So with the rationale contained in the report, we are bringing forward the recommendation that the delegation of authority policy be revised to delete the section that speaks to the trustee involvement and that the selection the policy P.087 HR, selection of supervisory officers, be rescinded. We have with us Superintendent McCoy as well, who worked keenly with me on this piece, and Executive Officer Giroux has assisted as well with the governance component. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair, for any questions that you may have or trustees may have.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Taylor, and I recognize Trustee Schwartz.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would like to move the recommendation.
And do we have a seconder for that? Trustee Lyra will second. Do you have any introduction, Trustee Schwartz?
Simply to say, I think this is a good direction. As we at the Board of Trustees, we are our only employee is the director. We do put the confidence in her to actually have the authority to hire the staff that she believes is necessary to run the district. So with that, I'm happy to support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to discussion debate on the recommendation. Trustee Lyra.
I have no problem with striking 2A. It doesn't make sense to me that we hand it off to the board for approval. I would like staff to comment on why they said that we should be striking for appointments or promotions to the position of supervisory officers. The board may identify additional criteria to be considered. Why would you like that struck?
Could I ask Superintendent McCoy, could you speak to that from an HR perspective, please?
Sure. Thank you, Director, and through you, Chair. As we review the delegation of authority policy and considered the practice, it was our view that the that the delegation to the director would include the criteria, which is often aligned with the leadership criteria that we have in place for other positions, but also with the criteria that's in place provincially in terms of supervisory officers. So the leadership framework that is in place. So in our view, it was consistent with the shift in delegation to delete both 4.2a as well as the additional sentence in 4.3, Trustee Lyra.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we, actually, I'm going to move a sub-amendment that we unstrike section 3.
So let's be just absolutely clear. So what you're proposing then is in the motion to delete the words and to strike the second sentence in 4.3. Is that correct?
You could say it like that. You could just unstrike it because the proposal that we have is to strike it.
The proposal is to strike it, and if you don't want that to happen, the best thing to do is to delete the section that would call for it to be struck.
Okay.
So that is the proposed amendment then, and if we can have that on the screen, is there a seconder for that particular amendment? If people can see it. And rather than asking everyone to take their hands down, if you would like to second this amendment, could you just speak out, please?
I'll second it. Trustee Ellis.
Is that Trustee Ellis? Thank you.
Yes.
So seconded by Trustee Ellis. And that goes back to you, Trustee Lyra, for your introduction.
I have heard what staff have recommended. I think that the inclusion of the word may is really important in that sentence. I think it's important that the board have the ability to set a priority and say, we recognize that the director wants to hire based on these criteria, or the province is recommending we hire based on these criteria. I think it is important that the board retain the ability to say, this is something we consider a top priority at the district. This is something that we need to prioritize. And we would like you to consider this in addition to all of the other criteria that you have already set aside. And so I think we might not use the powers granted by the second sentence very often, but I think it's important that we leave it there to grant us the ability to create those sort of priorities when we need to. And so based on that, I have made the recommendation that we do not strike that sentence. And I would encourage all of my colleagues to support the direction that we have taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lyra. And in terms of the speakers I had on my list, I believe Trustee Ellis, you are next on the speaking to the amendment specifically.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff for clarification. I can remember as we looked at diversity and how we are able to reflect the diversity of our students in our staffing, that there is discussion around some of the criteria to be considered would be life experiences, which kind of gave us an option not to just go by the credentials that someone brings to it, but that their life experience, which might allow us to more quickly reach a diverse staff that reflects our students. If this, would we be able to give direction such as that if this amendment, if the 4.3, the second sentence was struck?
Through you, Chair, if I may. Certainly, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm, yes, you're hearing me. should the item be struck, we certainly always would contemplate the input of our trustees, especially at the senior staff level. I would say to you also that trustees have had other opportunities through the development of the equitable recruitment policy, for example, and through the other discussions around leadership development to continue to provide this kind of input. So quite frankly, Trustee Ellis, it certainly behooves us to be reflective of the trustees' recommendations. And I don't know that striking the statement would preclude trustees. However, as Trustee Lyra has indicated, if there's a sense of a greater comfort in that reliability, that it is there, certainly there is that opportunity. I do think that the sentence is flexible enough to allow staff to reflect on the realities, and it is not binding unreasonably, but it is certainly indicating that the trustees have the capacity to lead and co-lead priorities when it comes to the senior staff planning. So to the question, no, it would not preclude if it were struck. But again, the maintenance of the sentence will enshrine the importance to the trustees.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I will be supporting the amendment not to strike the second sentence in 4.3. So I will be supporting Trustee Lyra's amendment. And since we have, as trustees, opportunities in other policies to make those criteria known, I think for clarity for this policy with our superintendents, that it would not be out of the ordinary to have that opportunity for the board to identify additional criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ellis. On the amendment, Trustee Blackburn, I have you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I won't be supporting this amendment, and the reason for that is I believe that the original text that has been put forward is a step towards good governance, something that is sorely needed. As Trustee Schwartz stated, it is the purview of the Director of Education to select the senior team. And I think we need to move towards enshrining that fact in our policies. And the Director of Education, this one, has indicated that she's always been open to having conversations. And I can tell you from my experience, she is speaking the truth on that front. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Blackburn. Trustee Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just confirm my understanding with respect to some of the previous Q&A on this topic, that the equitable hiring policy would apply as well to the director's choices for senior staff? They're not exempted from that then?
Absolutely, Trustee Campbell. It is a policy that applies to every recruitment.
Okay, great. So with that, I'm personally comfortable letting the 2.3, whatever it is, go. I think that the general direction of this is to effectively get our hands out of the cookie jar. I can't think of a good analogy here, but and basically let the director select and be responsible and accountable for that selection. Performance review time, rather than trustees perhaps becoming over involved. So while I recognize the amendment movers motivation, what if what if, true what if, I guess, but at the end of the day, the board could also revise its policy again if it really felt that something was off the rails. So I'm personally comfortable with letting this go. So I don't think, if I understand it, I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Trustee Campbell. Trustee Penny.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think the reason why it was struck is to prevent the appearance of a political interference by trustees in selecting candidates. Now, there's nothing that says a director in that policy that says a director must accept that consideration. It's true, but it does sort of imply why would trustees put considerations in there unless the director was supposed to follow them, right? I think the correct path is to advise a director, and the director, any director worth their stuff knows that they need to take advice from trustees on things like this. But I'm going to put a what if by everyone. What if our board was not comprised of people that were reasonable? What if it was comprised of people that had a certain, maybe the majority of them were of a certain political bent and they wanted to impose their will on the board, and it was not the greatest thing. Do we really want that, or do we want to have the appearance of not having any perceived political interference by trustees in the hiring of supervisor officers, which has gotten some of the boards in Ontario into serious trouble from the minister? So I'll just leave you with that. However, like Trustee Campbell says, it's not a hill really to die on. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Penny. And I have no further speakers on this amendment at this time. So back to you, Trustee Lyra, for wrap up on the amendment.
I've heard the concerns of my colleagues that a board might give future directors politically slanted advice. I see this as an equity piece. I brought this forward because I think while this board has, in my view, correctly identified equity as a need for the district and said we want to see more diversity among the senior staff, we want to see a staff pool that is more reflective of our student body, we might want to push in different directions at some point in the future. Our equity hiring policy doesn't speak to a diversity of ages. We might want to get a diversity of ages on the senior staff team. We might want to get diversity in other ways, and having the ability for the board to say, these are the priority, or these are something we think is important moving forwards that isn't currently enshrined in another policy, I think would be important. I would once again encourage all of my colleagues to support leaving this sentence. It's not a sentence that we have to use just because it's in there, but it does give us the opportunity. And I'd rather, I believe one of my colleagues said we could go back and change the policy if we wanted to change our mind in the future. That's a lot of work. We don't see these policies nearly so often. And I would rather leave it in for if we choose to use it than remove it. And then if we choose to use it, have to go back and edit the policy. So those are my thoughts. I would encourage people to support this. And like we heard, the director say this isn't, like this policy works even with the sentence still in it. Anyways, with that, I would encourage everyone to support it, and let's vote.
Thank you. And everyone understands what the amendment is. You will see it on your screen at the moment. And I will ask, please, I will call the question on the amendment and ask people to raise their hands and speak out and make sure I have time to count you as you go. So all those in favor of the amendment.
Trustee Lyra.
Ellis in favor.
Huff in favor.
And all those opposed to the amendment.
Campbell opposed.
Schwartz opposed.
Blackburn opposed.
Any opposed?
Scott opposed. And the
Opposed.
Anybody else who's still trying to vote
Yes,
here?
sorry, technical issues. Jenikins opposed.
And so that means the amendment fails because we had 3 in favor, and I lost count, but definitely more than 6 opposed, or at least 6 opposed. So the amendment fails, and we're back to debate on the main motion, which is the original recommendation. Any further speakers on the main motion? And Trustee Campbell on the main motion.
Whoops, there we go. Yes, the two staff suggestions make sense. They cohere logically. I guess though, I was wondering if I could get a comment on why I think it's section 4.7 is retained, because it would seem to me, I mean, if the director is our sole employee and we do a director performance review, then the fact that trustees shall have input, it's not at director's discretion or something, shall have an opportunity for input into the evaluation of the senior staff, seems to be of the same nature as the two provisions that staff have drawn to our attention. So to me, I would have, just as the policy doesn't state that there can be informal input in conversations to the director at the director's discretion, and the director's discretion, there may be, I guess, a 360 that may be of aid to staff or what have you. But 4.7 is a shall, and as such, it doesn't seem to make sense to me that it would be retained. So I was wondering if I could get a comment.
Madam Director.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. So 4.7 does speak to something that's different from recruitment. The performance evaluation process is not quite the same as the recruitment process, and a part of the job description and responsibilities of all members of the senior team is engagement with the Board of Trustees. And so I think that what this does, the way that the statement is outlined, is that it gives clarity on both sides of the human resources discussion here, that both the senior team recognize that responsibility as a part of their appraisal, as well as the recognition that the trustees are expected to have input into that piece. And when I think about it, it's not from the point of view of performing the evaluation, but the fact that just like you referenced, trustee, the 360 component, that there is an expectation that the director would seek the input of the trustees in completing his or her responsibility for the assessment of the senior staff.
I appreciate that, but it strikes me that if the staff are managed by, hired by the director and fundamentally evaluated by the director, it would be at the director's discretion whether trustees provided 360 input. Great practice, good practice, you know, et cetera. I'm sure existing practices wouldn't necessarily change in that regard, but my concern is that this is a shall, where the Education Act refers to boards of trustees evaluating the director as their sole employee, and not senior staff. And to me, what it really should, I think, have been made discretionary, and it's probably a small oversight, not a hill to die on. But I guess what I'm wondering is whether 4.7 at this point can be put on the carving table as well, or we're bound to the two clauses that came forward.
If I may, through you, Chair, I'm wondering if the executive officer may have a comment to that regard. From the point of view of myself in the role of director, I would welcome the amendment that would open a space for flexibility. But again, the process would be executive officer Giroux might be able to assist us with the capacity to be able to do that at this point.
If the trustee is interested in an amendment, I think it's an amendment to the policy. The policy is on the floor, and so the amendment would be in order.
And before you make that amendment, Trustee Campbell, I will ask if you could be reasonably efficient in doing that. For example, it should be possible to amend that the policy be amended by changing shall to may in section 4.7 or something simple like that, rather than getting into an extended debate. The delegation who wished to appear earlier was unable to be here then. She did arrive in the midst of our deliberations of the remaining action items, some of which I knew were time sensitive, and she has been waiting in the waiting room and would like the opportunity to speak. The hour of 10:30 is fast approaching. So Trustee Campbell, what would you like to do?
Well, first off, I'd like to ask one more question of clarification. My understanding is that the policy as proposed amendments would be from staff does not explicitly state that trustee input would be sought around the selection of candidates informally. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct if I've understood your question properly,
yes.
And I see Superintendent McCoy nodding at me.
Okay, great, thank you. So yes, I would like to propose then, just rather than fiddling around, just striking 4.7, adding it to the strike list. The old number 4.7, adding it to the strike list entirely. If we're not feeling as if we have to explicitly state informal input opportunities to the hiring, I don't think we have to equally formally state explicit input opportunities to the evaluation of superintendents, and we should leave it to the director's discretion. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for a simple proposal here. Do we have a seconder for that? Trustee Lyra, are you putting your hand up to second?
No, I was putting my hand up to speak.
Trustee Schwartz, are you proposing to second this amendment?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
And so we have it on the floor. I think Trustee Campbell, you have had your introduction, so I will go directly to Trustee Lyra as the next speaker.
In the interest of brevity, for the same reasons I laid out before, I think it's really important that we enshrine in policy what we are doing in practice. If the intention is to have trustees be at all influencing or taking part in the evaluation of the superintendencies, then it should be in our policy somewhere. And so I'm not going to be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to the amendment? Trustee Blackburn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I will be supporting this amendment, and for the same reasons I didn't support the other amendment. This, and I thank Trustee Campbell for bringing this forward. This is a step in the right direction of good governance. The evaluation of superintendents is the purview of the Director of Education. The only employee that the Board of Trustees evaluates is the Director of Education, and I have no doubt that if the Director of Education wishes input from trustees on the superintendents that trustees work with, that she would seek this information from trustees.
Trustee Schwartz?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, just to echo what Trustee Blackburn said. I mean, I'm the head of an organization. It would be impossible for me if my board regularly evaluated my senior team. Therefore, I will be supporting this proposed amendment and would do appreciate Trustee Campbell's very keen eye in finding this to ensure good governance practice. I think this is absolutely the right direction to be going. And with that, I'll finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Schwartz. And I have no other speakers on my list here. So any wrap up, Trustee Campbell?
Only to say it appears that positions from the previous debate will carry over to this one. We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I call the question on this amendment, I just wanted to, for the record, to have it abundantly clear that if this amendment is approved, really we are proposing 3 changes to P.006, one of them being deleting section 4.2a, one of them being striking the second sentence in section 4.3, and one of them being striking section 4.7. It's a little confusing in the wording right now. So on the proposal to put in the language with reference to striking section 4.7, all those in favor of this amendment? And please speak out.
Ellis in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Huff in favor.
Blackburn in favor.
Bell in favor.
Penny in favor.
Scott in favor. Anybody else? And all those opposed?
Lyra opposed.
Anybody else? And the amendment carries with only one opposed. Any further discussion on the motion as amended? If not, Trustee Bell, sorry.
Lagging time, apologies.
So if we have no other speakers, we are back to Trustee Schwartz for wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly to say to colleagues, I hope you will support these changes as mentioned by a few trustees. This is good governance practice. Like I mentioned in the previous comments, I can't imagine as the head of an organization that my board would be responsible for hiring my senior team alongside me. Certainly I value their input, but as someone who knows the organization inside and outs and the needs of the organization, I believe firmly that the director should be the one choosing who sits on that senior team and what skill set is required. So happy to support this going forward and delegating that authority directly to our director, who is quite adept at hiring and retaining very talented individuals. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Schwartz, and Manager Guthrie, if you could please open the vote. And while we are waiting for the vote, just again to remind trustees that we do have our delegate who is waiting and would very much like to speak to us this evening. And we have a result. The motion is carried, 9 in favor, 1 opposed, and no abstentions. Moving on then to the next item on our agenda. This is simply a matter of receiving annual reports from advisory committees, of which we have received 4 that we can receive this evening, from the Alternative Schools Advisory Committee, the Advisory Committee for Extended Day and Childcare Programs, the Indigenous Education Council, and the Parent Involvement Committee. Would someone like to move receipt for those 4 annual reports? Trustee Lyra.
I will move receipt for all 4 reports.
Thank you. Seconded by Trustee Schwartz, I hope.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And since these are the committee's reports, I don't think it is up to us to ask about errors or omissions. They have provided us what they have provided, which we read with interest and appreciation, because it is the summary of their work from the previous year. So without further ado, I would like to call the question on receipt of these 4 annual reports. All those in favor?
Works in favor?
Penny in favor.
Huff in favor.
Jennings in favor.
Blackburn in favor.
Ellis in favor.
Campbell in favor.
Scott in favor. And those opposed? And the motion is carried. And with that, if our delegation who was unable to be here earlier this evening, Dory Covalio regarding anti-Semitism is still here, I would like to invite her into the meeting. And I see a screen, but no mic turned on yet. Are you there, Ms. Covalio?
And here I am. Hello.
Excellent. Thank you. And I would apologize for making you wait, but as you no doubt heard while you were waiting, we did have a number of time-sensitive things that we needed to complete this evening. And I do appreciate your staying this late, because I know the issue of which you will be speaking is an important one. So when you are ready, you have 4 minutes. There will be a timer, I hope, showing somewhere on the screen for you. And please go ahead when you are ready.
Yes, and the apology actually is on my part. I have to say, I sincerely apologize for the delay coming on tonight. It was a scheduling error on my part. So I thank you very much for still giving me the opportunity to speak tonight about this important topic. So my name is Dory Covalio. I'm a Canadian-Israeli mother of 2 boys who, up until the pandemic, were at an OCDSB school. They're expected to be back at a board school within a few years. But frankly, given the climate within the board and the schools, I'm hesitant, very hesitant, to send them back to an OCDSB school at any time soon. First, I'm extremely concerned by the board's support and enabling of the group Palestinian Youth Movement Ottawa to spread hate-inciting lies among their fellow students who know nothing about what the group's objectives truly are. Do you, the trustees, do you know what the word Zionism means? It means the Jewish people's right to self-determination. It means Israel's right to exist. It means Israel's right to defend its citizens from ongoing terrorism. What would Canada do if it was constantly under attack on years on end? Do you know that PIM Ottawa's latest statements from their own messaging on social media includes, and I quote, combating Zionism within the OCDSB, end quote. What does that actually mean? Have you asked them what they mean by that? They're calling for this board to teach your students to want for the destruction of the state of Israel. Calling for the destruction of any nation is not a call for peace, let alone something that belongs in our schools. Have you actually read any of their online messaging? Do you know what part of it is true or not? They're claiming that Israel is committing ethnic cleansing and genocide. So there are 5.3 million Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. 5.3. So Israel sure is doing a horrible job at genocide. And another one from their posters online, quote, Palestine has been occupied by Zionist settlers for decades. That is fact that cannot be denied, end quote. Actually, the fact is that Arabs, now known as Palestinians, were offered statehood numerous times over the past century, but rejected it every time, refusing to live next to Jewish Israel, a refusal which continues today. Another fact, and a most important one, is that too many Canadian students don't know the first thing about the real history, the real facts about this ongoing conflict, because it's simply not taught in schools, but yet you allow this group to all of a sudden spread not just false, but hate inciting statements and expect their friends not to believe them? So as for this board, it refused to have Prime Minister appointed Special Envoy on Holocaust Education and Combating Anti-Semitism, Professor Erwin Kotler, because he's too controversial. Would you do the same for a Prime Minister appointed Special Envoy on Islamophobia or any other type of hate? Your very own equity coordinator, the person whose very role is to allow for so-called courageous conversations, cuts off a speaker on anti-Semitism who was trying to explain to your educators about what PIM Ottawa's slogans actually mean to Jewish students and Zionist students. She didn't want it mentioned. How's that for allowing courageous conversations? Now, a teacher at Nepean High School continues to spread anti-Zionist propaganda online and to her students. Something
Ms.
that seems to go
Covello, I'm going to
unchecked.
interrupt. I'm going to interrupt you at this point.
Okay.
Any issues with regard to personnel really do not belong in the public forum. If you have issues with regarding any of our staff, then those should be communicated to the director.
Understood.
Directly.
Thank you. Understood. Lastly, many Jewish families are now considering, and actually are, not sending their kids to OCDSB schools and are actually going to the Catholic board, where their voices are dismissed and they feel they're not dismissed and they feel safe. So what's going on in the board? Now, my recommendations to you are educate students and teachers on what anti-Semitism and Zionism are and how they are inextricably linked. And I'm not talking about just Holocaust education. I urge you to work with Jewish organizations such as Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center and B'nai B'rith and make it mandatory learning for teachers. Reach out to your Jewish educator group. They're waiting to be consulted. They are waiting to help you. Have a Jewish equity coach. And earlier you mentioned the need to hire diverse staff members. So please consider including someone Jewish on your senior staff. Also, adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, which is a guideline on helping to understand on when healthy criticism crosses the line into anti-Semitism and double standards. Also, this definition has been adopted by not just the Ontario government, but most recently BC, as well as our federal government. Now, speak to PIM directly and ask them exactly what they want. What do they mean by, quote, combating Zionism within the OCDSB? And lastly—
Point of order, Chair. We are over time.
Yes, we have just passed the 10:30 mark. How much time is left for our delegation? Because I thought we were pretty close to the 4 minutes.
She is 1 minute over time.
Can I just say one last sentence?
Please do.
Thank you. I urge you to get better educated on the facts, because I sure would love to see the day that my kids can safely, respectfully, and truly debate something like the Israel-Palestinian conflict in their school, and maybe even work with their peers towards a solution for peace rather than destruction. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for your delegation. I will note that, as with any of our delegations, the comments of our delegations do not necessarily represent the views of the district, but rather they are the views of the person who is presenting the delegation. I do have a couple of questions, but we do have to take our 10:30 vote before we proceed, which requires 2/3 of the trustees who are present to agree to continue past 10:30. So first of all, we will deal with the 10:30 vote, and I have noted the people who wish to ask questions. And on the 10:30 vote, all those in favor of continuing past 10:30, please raise your hands. And those who are opposed? And we do have enough to continue past 10:30, so I will go back to the speakers, and I had seen Trustee Blackburn and Trustee Bell both had raised their hands.
Mine was a point of order, Chair.
And could you, if it is a point of order, we will deal with that first.
Okay, thank you. My question to you, Chair, is when there are allegations lodged against a teacher in the middle of a delegation, would that be appropriate time to end the delegation, given that they could put the person that has the teacher or the educator that has been identified at significant risk of harassment from our community? Thank you. That is my point of order.
Thank you. And in terms of that, any allegations that are made against specific staff, in this case, we had not got to the point of specifically identifying the person, but if that is going forward, the place for such allegations to be dealt with is with the director and not with the board. Madam Director, did you wish to add anything to that?
No, Chair, that's accurate.
So moving then back to the questions for the delegation, and that is Trustee Blackburn had a question, and remember that these are questions for clarification only, and I will be asking the director to comment when we finished with the trustee questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and I'd like to thank Ms. Cavoglio for joining us tonight, and I can tell you that I share very much the issues that you've brought forward. I'm very concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism in our board, and I will fight it with all my might on whatever level I have to do that. And we definitely want your children in our
Trustee
board.
Blackburn, this is a question of clarification.
Yeah,
please.
okay, well, you know, oftentimes trustees are allowed to make comments, and I guess tonight's not one of those nights for me. So my question to the delegation is, can you explain to the board, and I've talked to other boards who have adopted the IHRA, can you please explain to the board your thoughts on how the district, that if the board adopted this, that it would be better for our Jewish students?
How it would be better? Because allowing things like statements such as combating Zionism within the OCDSB would be clearly deemed as anti-Semitic, which they are. How can, what does that even mean? Like, do you understand what that means? Do you understand what that means? It means.
This isn't a back and forth. I just.
Oh, okay.
I'm
so,
just trying to support your position.
Right. Well, I guess I was kind of like asking rhetorically, or just wondering if the others seem to understand, because I appreciate your support. But it helps you understand when, as I mentioned, when healthy criticism really goes into demonization and double standards, and where it's just completely unfair and inciting to hate people that support Israel's right to exist. The majority of the Jewish community has a very strong link to Israel. And so for Jewish children to go to a school where they know that it's fair game for student groups to start shouting out, demanding or wanting, advocating for the destruction of that country, of course, that's going to lead to their, feeling discomfort, feeling unsafe, and not to mention, it's just, it's wrong on so many levels. In any case, I think it would be useful for the board to look at, first of all, take a look at the IHRA definition. Work with, I understand that you're working with the center, the Center on Holocaust Education and Scholarship, CHESS. Reach out to them, have a session done on the IHRA definition and why that would help to have a better understanding of when healthy criticism crosses over into hate incitement, have another session and please allow it to be, to actually take place without any, opposition on certain things that are said. Hear them out.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Trustee Blackburn. Are there any other questions for our delegate? I would like to ask the director right now if she has any comment, just to clarify a couple of the actions that have been taken in terms of dealing with the Palestinian Youth Movement protests and advancing our work with representatives of the Jewish community around making sure that our staff understand anti-Semitism issues and the associated issues better.
Thank you, through you, Chair. There are a number of comments that I could offer as a part of a response. Unfortunately, Superintendent Smith is absent this evening, so I will do my best with my response. Firstly, to address the question of the Palestinian Youth Movement of Ottawa, we did in fact, during the month of May, we recognize that there has been a rise in advocacy for Palestine and through Palestinian voices. And so when concerns were raised by members of the Jewish community, as they are being tonight, about the notion that the Palestinian Youth Movement of Ottawa is a terrorist or hate organization, we certainly took that and take that allegation very seriously. And we have in fact pursued that to identify whether or not or where it is that that designation has been corroborated or identified. We have consulted with the Canadian Race Relations Foundation, and the Canadian Race Relations Foundation on our behalf has reached out to the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, CAHN, and neither organization, neither the Canadian Race Relations Federation or Foundation, which is federal, or the Canadian Anti-Hate Network have identified or recognized the Palestinian Youth Movement of Ottawa as a hate organization, nor do they have any information that indicate ties with any other known hate organizations. We do understand that we had been encouraged by some of our Jewish organizations in Ottawa to pursue through the Ottawa Police Services Hate Crimes Unit the interrogation of whether or not the Palestinian Youth Movement Ottawa has been identified as a hate group by OPS, and they have indicated that that is not the case. And in fact, the Ottawa Police Service was present on June 9th when the students did have a protest, and they were actually protesting the OCDSB. They reached out to Ottawa Police Service, and Ottawa Police Service had presence at that rally. They did not indicate anything that constituted a hate crime. We did do follow-up to that effect. And so absent the recognition of that allegation, I want to make it very clear that we did in fact follow up. Those are the agencies through which we followed up, and we at this point do not have any evidence from these organizations that do follow hate crimes in Canada and in Ontario, a reason to draw that conclusion. The notion of supports for staff and students, we do continue to work with the community agencies. We are looking to extend our relationships so that we are able to very carefully balance the value of voices, because we did commit in a statement last weekend, and in addition to the statements that were made earlier in the school year, that we denounce acts of anti-Semitism, as we do denounce acts of hate, any hatred and division in our communities. We are committed to ensuring that our students are able to engage in healthy and safe and reasonable debate, but we do not endorse any kind of engagements that are deliberately hurtful or divisive. So to that end, we do continue to collaborate and are extending our collaboration over the course of this June to ensure that we have continued learning into the fall, not only for staff, but for students as well. In terms of the representation of staff, we in fact have had and continue to have a representation of Jewish staff in a number of levels of our organization, including at the senior level. And in fact, this district has in fact had a Jewish director at one point. And so we do see over time there has been representation of the Jewish community in a variety of positions in this district in the past and continued to the present and into the future. And so I am citing from the June 17th memo that was provided to trustees that had a more robust and fulsome response to concerns that had been raised about anti-Semitism, going through all of the areas that had been addressed, but I touch on only a few here tonight in response to the delegation.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. And if Ms. Cavallo is interested, I'm sure we can arrange to send her either a link to the June 17th memorandum or send her a copy of it via email. So thank you very much for your delegation this evening, Ms. Cavallo, and for your patience in letting us finish our active matters for action before you spoke. And this now brings us on to item 18 on our agenda, matters for discussion, beginning with the report from our OPSPA representatives. And I will look to Trustee Jenkins, who I believe provided most of the update earlier this evening. Will there be a written report coming, Trustee Jenkins?
Thank you, Chair Scott. Yes, written overview of the meeting, the AGM held June 9th and 10th. I'll share with trustees in a more fulsome report. Thanks.
Trustee Blackburn, a question on the OPSPA report?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I look forward to Trustee Jenkins including information about the Eastern region and the discussion that we had on the Code of Conduct and the concerns that many trustees expressed regarding that Code of Conduct.
Thank you for the question. Trustee Jenkins and I will work together on a report regarding the Eastern region meeting that was held during the OPSPA conference. If there are no other questions on that item, we will move on. Are there any ministry updates at this point, Madam Director?
No ministry updates at this point, Chair.
Moving on to the board work plan. I hope trustees have been noting that staff have been continuing to update this in terms of the things that we have in fact completed from our work plan and when some of the things that we haven't yet completed will be coming forward. So my thanks to Manager Guthrie and her staff in board services. And are there any questions on the work plan this evening? Seeing none, I move on to matters for information, and nothing I believe new for information. And that brings us to new business. Is there any new business? Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question is to the director. When we had our debate about having a conversation with the Ottawa Police Service. You indicated at that time that those discussions were ongoing and that the relationship is murky, and I was wondering what progress has been made since that time to clarify the relationship. I'm hearing from school administrators that there are some difficulties around the lack of policy, and so can you please address that? And I have a follow-up comment and question.
Madam Director.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I am going to ask Associate Director to respond to that question. Associate Director Reynolds.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, no specific update to offer. We still continue to have a functional and cordial relationship with the Ottawa Police Service, and we're responding to the needs of the schools, but I have no particular update to offer in terms of where we are in those conversations.
Trustee Blackburn.
Thank you, Associate Director. Through you, Madam Chair. Is the Associate Director able to indicate if there will be discussions throughout the summer, and that we would look forward to an update that indicates progress has been made?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if there'll be discussions through the summer. We're available, of course. As you are well aware, there are a few leadership things or changes occurring within the Ottawa Police Service at the moment, and they're still fairly preoccupied with that. But we will be seeking opportunities to engage with them on conversations regarding how we make our relationship as supportive as possible to our students going forward.
Thank you, Associate Director, and through you, Madam Chair, to the Director of Education. There is a perception in some corners of the OCDSB that if a principal calls police to engage with the school community, that somehow they are in contravention of our policy. What efforts are going to be made to communicate with school communities that in fact there are times when principals are legally obligated to contact the Ottawa Police Service and engage with them, and that in fact our administrators are not breaking any of our policies? I'm very concerned about the reputations of our principals and their professionalism and commitment to all students being challenged in a very unhelpful way. And that my question was to the Director of Education.
Yes, I received the question. Thank you, Trustee Blackburn, and through you, Madam Chair. Certainly, we know that communications to the community are important. What we can say is that we are very cautious about making broad and sweeping statements that ought to be contextual in a system communication. And so we certainly do try to address our communication around how it is we engage not only with police but with all community partners more locally through our schools. So schools are in fact sharing their relationships with community partners as it's appropriate in school community-based communications. This time we do not have a plan outside of the fact that a motion was passed by the Board of Trustees pertaining to police engagement. So that constitutes a public statement about the posture that the organization has undertaken. But we do know that there are many exceptions. There are many nuances to that, and to try to categorize every nuance in a public communication is problematic and troublesome. So it is not our intention at this point to have a system-wide communication of that nature.
Thank you, Madam Director, for that. I guess then my question would be where there is some in individual school communities where there's a misperception that police are not to be called under any circumstance, will you be communicating with any of these communities that in fact is not the case? So I'm not asking for a board-wide communication. I guess communication should be directed when a communication is needed. And we have situations that have been brought to our attention that it is needed. And I'm looking to you to show some leadership. And
Trustee Blackburn, it is not a matter of asking the director to show some leadership here. That is an inappropriate way to be asking your question. And if you could rephrase, otherwise I will simply ask the director to respond.
Okay, I apologize through you, Madam Chair, if that was inappropriate, and I apologize to the director. And yes, I do look forward to the response at this time.
Through you, Chair, certainly go back to my previous response, is that where it is that we see that there seems to be a struggle in terms of common understanding between a community and a school, that is the opportunity to build relationships through conversation, through exploration, through listening and hearing, and through looking at what the appropriate options are. We know that there are many community organizations who have stepped forward to partner with us and to engage with us to ensure that we are in fact clear about what the understandings are. We had a community organization that has in fact partnered with us in professional learning with the staff looking through the lens of case studies. And what this does is it helps our community partners to understand where it is that the engagement of police is in fact appropriate, but it also expands our understanding of what opportunities we have to use alternatives rather than engaging with correctional services or law enforcement for students. So it's a mutual growth experience. So these are the things that simple memos or written communications, somewhat one-sided, won't necessarily resolve. We have found that we've had greater success in resolution when we've targeted the engagement through a more reciprocal partnership, conversations, case studies, and continuous learning so that we're building trust together.
Thank you, Madam Director.
And thank you. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised for new business. We are literally at the end of our agenda. And we are also almost at 11 p.m. I would like to say to all of you this evening, this is our last regular board meeting prior to the summer break. I know that many of our staff will be continuing to work as we provide summer programming for many of our students. But I do hope that everyone, as we move away from the excitement of graduations and saying goodbye to students and many staff who are retiring from across the district in all kinds of different occupations, that we wish the very best to all of you for a happy, healthy, restful, and ideally no severe weather incidents kind of summer. We all need it. We all need a good break. It has been a super year with a lot of hard work done by a lot of amazing people across the system. So we wish all of you the very best. And with that, I declare our meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.